Oh, man. Oh, 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 I just cracked my whole neck. Hey, Alra, how you doing? Happy Friday. It's a happy Friday. Happy Friday. Nutty. Hmm. Oh, man. Yeah, we gotta shake off the cobwebs. Shaking off the cobwebs. Oh, yeah. uh, so, yeah, it was like here yesterday. I said DraftKings calls, in my opinion. For boom! Look at silver about to go back up. Yeah. 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 And there's our Dow pop. The Dow goes pop. Natalie, Ricardo, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. Yeah, so I mentioned calls on the Dow, of course, as we approach the apex of this wedge, and we had a flash crash, flattening. Now we're climbing back up. So, once again, even when I'm wrong, I'm right. It's like a gift, really. LT, good morning, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, we've had some eventful last couple of weeks. Got HGRAF raging. Got Rolls Royce. Well, it was continuing to hit highs. It's down today. Coming right back to trend line, ready for a bounce. I mentioned this yesterday, if you recall, too. I must have said it about 38 times. And I said, back and to the right. Back and to the right. HGRAF 231. My goodness. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Where are you? We got some work to do now. Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Didn't stay up late. Slept pretty well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just feeling groggy right now. Wow, Palantir's down? That's crazy. What's going on? There's blood in the water. Watching the guys down the road, they were like putting up traffic cones and stuff, but they weren't doing any work yet. Right? It was what, like almost 11 when we just went live, and I was like, okay, I'll go live now, you know. As I'm plugging in the freaking microphone, this guy outside starts grinding the road again. Love it. Good old Pip Cat. This guy made 10 grand in the last 48 hours here. Phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. Well, you can't hear him because I have the window closed. Eh. And it's funny, earlier in the Discord and even on X, I said, in my opinion, calls on the Dow, calls on silver, right? Look at that. And again, with the Dow, we were coming down into the wedge. That's why I said it. Flattened for an hour to try to scare out the traders. And now we're bouncing. And we're up almost 40 points from when I mentioned the calls. Ah, it's easy. All you need is love. And all you need is love. And if you didn't hear about this one, I have the mind of a champion. Intel going from 20 to about 25 just this week. Based on with a PE of 100, have a fair share price of 229 HGRAF. Well, thank you for that. But of course, we're talking about a potential game changer, right? So there is no fair value price. I mean, people tell me all the time, oh, NVIDIA, Palantir, you don't understand. They got the moat. There's no competition. All right. HGRAF is literally doing what no one else is doing, right? So by their logic, 500 billion market cap. PE of 100 is cheap. Like I said, Palantir got a PE of like 700. If no one else is being realistic when it comes to stocks, neither am I. HGRAF 500. No, there is no you can't calculate that. You understand? You're trying to put a value amount on something that has yet to have value established. Fact City. Facts. Looking for the facts. Is that it? Yep. There you go. Facts. Just trying to rationalize more purchasing. That's because you are, say it with me, a degenerate. Nah, it's fine. It's gonna be good. You guys know I got in late, so like even today, like literally had a handful of dollars clear, so I bought like a few more shares. I don't know, freaking two something, whatever. I don't know. Cisco going down while laying off people. Yeah. They told everybody, oh, you should get into tech. Oh, you should learn coding. And now you could just type into freaking AI, like, oh, code this for me. And boom, they do it. So yeah, I have a feeling that probably every tech name across the board, you're probably slowly going to see more and more layoffs. I mean, you got to lay people off, right? People don't want to work anymore. Guy saying he's glad he sold AMD and then posts like 4 crack stocks in his portfolio that he's holding. Like, come on, man. How do I reach these kids? Just hanging out. What the hell? What? 4.5 billion. What? Oh, Bitcoin. Ah, okay. We love the Bitcoin. I mean, of course, the EPS has been terrible, and we're, you know, trading 40 times revenue. God, where do people find these stocks? I love it. Revenue misses 3 out of 4. EPS misses 3 out of 4. Meanwhile, the stock's up. Multi-billion-dollar market cap. Burning through cash. Dismal cash flow. More than double liabilities over assets in the short term. Look at the share amount. Freaking quadrupled. Quadrupled. But the stock is up. Man, I tell you, you know, that's why I'll say, you know, people find these stocks, man, and like a rage like this, I wish you nothing but the best, and I hope it always happens, because this stock should be like here, and instead it's up at $19 a share. So, you know, that's what's killing me. It's like people are technically not doing this the right way, and they're still being rewarded. That's what's extremely frustrating. I don't care that someone, oh, I bought XYZ, you didn't know about it, I'm up 30% year to date, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about stocks that should be nowhere near these valuations, and people are making money. Yeah, I was doing fine until I pulled up this symbol. Oh, it's a Reddit stock? Yeah, well, that makes sense because, again, the stock is technically terrible, and it's up 300% from these lows. I mean, you know, that happens, right? That happens. Last time I saw a stock do that, it was SoFi, but the difference is SoFi's a freaking growing animal, right? That's the difference. That's the difference. We do need a crack pipe, honestly. People out here just toking up freaking Reddit stocks. That's what I mean, bro. It's the power of social media. This stock should be $4, you know, and then these people will try to like clap back at me like, oh, bro, I told you the was going to go up. And like I said, you need massive social networking platforms to help pump your stock. Unbelievable. People keep talking about the Zeta. What is this? Another crypto? Yeah, 4 billion. That's what I mean. Every day, these random companies, 4-5 billion market cap. That's why people ask me about HGRAF. 500 billion market cap, right? Money isn't real, so why stop? Why look at it and say, oh, it'll be $8 at a billion valuation? No, what billion? What billion? 500 billion. Let's go. Well, at least this company's making a little more money. All right, see what I mean? This looks a little bit more realistic. Still taking losses at a billion, huh? See, and it looks like they shouldn't have. Very interesting. Very interesting. Hey, Delibab. Like we say, Nick, they can keep that crack, right? They can keep that crack. I mean, DraftKings, again, yesterday, early morning, was like 43 and a quarter. Now it's 45 and a third, right? Bang, bang, in and out. And we knew that we had high conviction that it would go higher because, again, they just beat earnings. It's fair valued, maybe undervalued. They brought it down after earnings when it looked like it wanted to go up, right? So you scoop up that dip and you ride the rebound back up. Very easy money right there on DraftKings calls, shares, whatever you bought. And honestly, I'd rather do it that way, right? Because again, I drive home the point of if Reddit shut down yesterday, DraftKings still would have made you money. Do you understand the difference? Yep, class action suit. Here we go. How are these people losing money, though? That's what I want to know. What do they do again? It's crypto? Enterprise with customer market automation. See, and it makes me laugh because, like, they'll buy something like this, but they don't own SoundHound. I don't know. It just doesn't add up to me. And these numbers are not too bad. Share amount up almost 50%. My goodness. Total op expenses keep climbing. What am I seeing? Yeah. I mean, not the best stock I've seen, but this definitely looks better than the one we looked at before, I'll tell you that much. The debt, kind of holding. Cash flow up. Yeah. Yeah, of course, we don't get any dividends or anything. Oh, they moved all this over here. I see now. Yeah, because on the balance sheet, they used to have the book value right underneath, right? And Apparently they moved it. And I was like, oh, I guess they took away book value. Here it is. Here it is. Mm-hmm. Oh, Dow's up 100 points. Why? Because stocks only go up. Oh, lordy. Sounds like they're grinding this road right outside my freaking window. Oh, wait, we had a question. New to the stock world. Where do you go hunting for these stocks? Bro, once again, it's a gift, bro. It's a gift. It's a gift. I don't know what to tell you guys. Yeah, these guys look like they're going after a gas line or something. They're doing some work out here. We are working out here. Like I said, makes me laugh. Nobody wants to, send a donation or a little commish. When I do the analysis, make a good call, and make everyone money, right? But then they want me to explain, how do I find my stock? What do I look for? How did I know? Everybody wants something for nothing. Yep. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Happy Friday. Avondale looking great now. Gave up after a couple of months, made only a few bucks. Avondale was a phenomenal call by yours truly, which once again went underneath the radar and no one listened. Spoke about the descending triangle down here in the sevens. We saw a bounce up, and then we retraced back down to the line, tried to bounce again, and then saw a break. I said in the Discord, in my opinion, the stock looks good. The revenue's growing nicely. If I personally was able to get filled in the sixes or in the sevens, that would be ideal. I would be a buyer. Stock's at 14. Nobody listens. And again, I know I'm coming at you. You're the only one who mentioned it. So right now you're taking it on the chin, but at the end of the day, that's what I mean. Everyone missed a call. No one paid attention. You could have bought it at 6.5, and now the stock's at 14. And that's what I mean. Now people want to talk about it. And FYI, that's why you, the average investor, loses money 8 out of 10 times. It was a play here. The analysis was correct. I know what I know. This is where it's a buy. Now it's here. So if you buy it here and it goes here, that's not my problem. I did my job. Did my job. Of course, another earnings beat. I knew that was coming because we simply follow the money, follow the revenue. Shit's easy. Shit's easy. Do they listen? Nah. That's why people make me laugh, like when people try to reach out and they're like, "Oh yeah, you want to like do some trading and I'll send you commission." Come on, bro, stop. Stop. If I literally tell you how many pikers reached out and asked me that question and then did not listen, did not take me seriously, did not follow the calls, did not make money, ergo could not send me commission. Do you understand how this works? Like I said, nobody listens. Nobody takes the full process serious. And then they really have the audacity to like randomly mention one of the stocks and they're like, "Oh, I bought this and I'm down. What's going on?" That's what I mean. It's like you guys are lucky like we're not running like a school, or we're not like at a college in a lecture hall like all doing this together in person. Because I swear if we were, I'd be slapping the crap out of you guys, and I'm not even joking. I'm not looking for a laugh, a giggle. I am not even joking. I would literally line you people up and slap the crap out of you until you understood what the heck is going on. Q Finn, I know what I know. Q Finn. I said what I said. I posted what I posted. Whatever you do with that information is entirely your own prerogative. But it doesn't even matter, honestly. It doesn't even matter. And like I said, people come in here that they act like they're looking out for me. They want private trades, private buy signals and sell signals, right? They want me to work around the clock for them to make them money on the trades so that they can give me commission. Then they don't follow the trades, they don't listen, they miss the profits, which means I miss commission. And then they think like they're still in my ring. They really think after that they're still in my realm. Like, with all due respect, if the what I've proven consistently over the years, if you're not listening to me, then your words mean absolutely nothing to me. At this stage in the game, that's what I mean. A couple of days ago, talking about buying the DraftKings dip. There's value in Intel, right? In my opinion, you guys should, take a position in Intel. There's value there. I think we had one person say in the Discord that they bought some Intel or something like that, right? So almost 250 people in the Discord, over 7,000 subscribers, and one person took a position in Intel. That's what I mean. Like, what's the point? What's the point? That's why I'm a grown-ass man. I've been down this road for a decade and a half. Don't message me with your bullshit like you're trying to take care of me. You want to send your commission on each trade. Like, shut the fuck up, honestly. Because you don't have the balls to listen to me, and I know what to do. And at the end of the day, you're costing me money. So don't talk to me about your money or what's down or what you missed. I don't give a fuck. Discord link on the way. Give people 8, 9, 10 phenomenal earnings option trades, and then they'll something like this, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I got VZ puts. What's going on?" You know what I mean? And it's like, I can't. I really can't, man. I really freaking can't anymore. And then, like I said, they'll come in here, oh, did you see the crackhead stock? Oh, Buffett bought UNH. What the hell are you talking about UNH for? I thought everyone's a small-time trader. No one has a lot of money. And I'm over here bringing diamonds in the rough down at like $2, $5, $11 a share. You're not buying those, but you're looking at Buffett buying UNH with the stock at $350 a share. That's on your radar now? That's what I mean. That's why I don't take anyone I speak to seriously. You're all freaking crazy, honestly. You're all crazy. I should be getting messages every day. Thank you so much. You changed my life. My portfolio's up freaking 500%. I never thought this was possible. I used to listen to some other guy. He made me 18%. I listened to you. I'm up 120%. This is why. I should be getting these messages every single day. Small time trade, you don't see the long term. I have no idea what that means. I'm going back to the stream listening to these last 10 minutes. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. That's what I mean. That's why I laugh, bro. Again, you know, I don't like to mention specific names and specifically throw someone under the bus. But I laughed because I had a guy reach out. Oh, yeah, you know, let's do some private trading and I'll take care of you. I said, all right, fine, no problem. Oh, I work with two guys, you know, 27, one's 35. They're into the market. We should, like, start a private Discord and you know, oh, we'll take care of you. That's what they told me. They insisted, after I was working all day, pumping out videos for free that no one listened to. They wanted to pull me into a private call on the Discord, which I obliged. And that's the nonsense they were telling me. Oh, bro, we're in it to win it. There's 4 of us here. We like to invest. We like to trade. When you have something, just mention it in here. Don't worry, bro. We're going to take care of you. We'll take care of you. That's what people always say. People talk like they're somebody, you know what I mean? Like they actually move money and they do the shit for a living. Oh, yeah, don't worry, brother. You know, you help me out. I'll take care of you. You want to know what happened? Never heard from any of those people again. Made 2 recommendations, believe it or not, after being completely ignored. I don't know what happened. They just left. I made 2 recommendations in the Discord. None of them listened. None of them made thousands of dollars, which in turn cost me hundreds of dollars. And now, no matter what that individual says in the Discord, I will never take him seriously. Jesse, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It means a lot. It really does. And sad to say that $5 is outpacing the ad revenue on, you know, like that last Intel video where the stock instantly moved up 25% in a few days that no one listened to. That video wasn't watched and barely made pennies. And that's why I've been focusing on the live stream. Because if I can vent, bust balls, have a good time, make good calls, watch stocks with you guys, see how awesome I am, while at the same time collecting a couple of bucks, yeah. So right now, this is the most advantageous way for me to do this. Because again, the last 4 years has been about you, right? So now it's my time. Good, Suze, good. Good. Again, not to jump down your throat or spread your business, but with how much you're in and up on HGRAF, yes. My word should be bond. If I tell you to buy CRCK right now, Crack Industries, you should listen. So I appreciate the fact that you put that confidence in my conviction and took a position. Very nice. Well done. Well done. Of course, you just bought it in the low 20s. So it's essentially a guarantee, in my opinion, right? So you're fine. You're fine over the long term. Live streams helped grow the crypto channel. I helped moderate. Got to stay consistent with the live streams, though. Yeah, I know it's consistency. I know. I noticed that with the videos as well. if I was putting out, you know, 1 or 2 videos talking about a stock every day. I noticed with YouTube, even if you take like a day or 2 off, like the next video you post, no matter what it is, you'll notice like after the first few hours, you only have like 60 views or some bullshit like that. So YouTube definitely, hands down, responds to consistency. No humbleness in you. What do I have to be humble for? I'm the best at what I do. Yes, you're right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. And it's also YOU''RE. Are you a financial advisor giving advice? I notice a few of your regulars are gone. Marley, you're the same character that came in here asking about some other YouTuber in crypto. Is that correct? That was you, right? Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, like I wanted to do like all during market hours or whatever, but yeah, at least an hour or 2 a day minimum, right? We can jump on, we can hang out live together. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Killen. Some people always ask to turn on notifications, but I don't know how much that helps or how many people actually do it. Yeah, I don't know. It says like the YouTube average is like 10 to 30% of people turn on notifications. And yeah, I think it's only like 12 and 13% have that on. Yeah, I asked about different view on a stock and you threw a hissy fit having to watch a 20-second vid. That's because when I'm outperforming my quote-unquote peers, which once again you mentioned like some 22-year-old schmuck, right? Who in no way, shape, or form can have the same amount of life, market, investment experience as I have, yet somehow has 500,000 subscribers. So yeah, I threw a hissy fit. If that's what you call it, right? I throw a hissy fit. That's what you call it. Once again, you're Johnny come lately, right? That's what I mean. That's why I laugh about people. People come in here, you know, they try to bust balls, but you're not. They performing just like you. Who? Because the last crackhead you mentioned looked at 3 stocks. So there's no way in hell that kid's outperforming me. That's a fact. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. And you're acting like we're all on the same freaking level. It's laughable. Appreciate the thumbs up, Deli. Bought Intel after watching the video at 24. Wrote it down, now up a little bit. Click like to help promote them when I can. Appreciate it. Okay, Marley, so what are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? Ever since you came in, you've done nothing but bust balls, try to quote-unquote press me, as the kids say, even though I've been consistently hitting home runs day in and day out. And you're coming in here, oh, what about this guy? What about that guy? They're just as good as you. Thank you, Big Chad. Thank you, Big Chad. Put him in his place. Be more humble, and I'll use you as an example. Wow. Wow. I can't believe I've been talking about Intel for the last few days. Now we hear the frickin' US government may take a stake. The stock just ran from 20 to 25, and this guy's telling me to be humble. It's laughable. He's killing the vibe because he's Johnny come lately. He doesn't understand the track record and the success that we have proven day in and day out for the last 4 fucking years. Okay? And now he wants to show up. He wants to try to press me and act like, oh, this other guy's just as good as you. Asking for your thought on one stock and using their TA to support my statement because it's hard to explain in the chat. No, it's not hard to explain in the chat. You just don't know what you're talking about. That's why you can't word it correctly. You don't know the proper terminology. Yeah, well, again, the Johnny-come-lately schmucks who missed out on the phenomenal calls and try to bring you down a peg, right? That's what I mean. Like, this person's in here thinking like they're the person who's gonna humble me and bring me back to reality. Yeah, you're right, buddy. I never heard of a pattern. Yeah. Which again, as someone else raised the question, what are you even doing here? Why are you even talking to me? I don't know what I'm doing, right? Everyone else is just as good as me. I'm no better than everyone else. What are you doing in here? I don't know, but if I was so personally offended that this person is too cocky and not humble, why would I listen to them? This is what, like the fourth or fifth time you've been in here trying to start shit. Meanwhile, mind you, every day you've come in, people are up hand over fist, making huge returns on calls made by, yours truly. So that's why I laugh with people like this. I mean, literally, Johnny come lately, this kid missed out on 100, 200 phenomenal calls that are still to this day up several 100%. And this schmuck is like, you should be more humble. What? What? Yeah, no, it's not worth the energy. But I know right now there's not much going on, so we'll take a few moments for some drama. Because like I said, see, what this person doesn't understand again, because they don't know who I am, is that I was actually a Series 7, Series 63 financial advisor, which we know for a fact practically every one of these people that this schmuck just mentioned didn't have a license, which is one of the top 5 hardest tests in the country to pass, right? So that automatically puts me on my own level. Like I said, HGRAF, stock went from 10 cents to 2.25. But, we're all the same. We're all the same. To be honest, I was concerned at how much you talk to yourself at first, but then I realized you back it up. You back it up. That's the fucking difference. I talk the talk and I walk the walk. Said I'm in the wrong about what? Practically everything I speak about is going up. In the wrong about what? Never showed his profit and losses. Ah. I'm assuming this guy Marley works for one of these other idiots. I have to assume that at this point. I mean, we just have to call it like we see it. We honestly just have to call it like we see it. See? And this is why I don't respect every Tom, Dick, and Harry that I speak to or leaves a comment or, thinks they're somebody. Right? Like this schmuck just said, have you been in his Discord? Why would we speak about someone else and their Discord when this is the best place to be? And once again, I've proven it time and time again, month after month, year after year. Why would anyone in this community give a flying fuck about anyone else you're talking about and the Discord that they have? Why would anyone here care? You are literally in here talking to yourself, in denial, trying to convince yourself. I promise you. People make me laugh. People make me laugh. And also, I remind everyone, again, Marley, Johnny come lately, right? We've been winning, hitting base hits, doubles, triples, and home runs for the last 4+ years straight. Marley showed up last week and tries to throw a wrench into the machine. Do you see how it works? This is why I always said you block out the noise, you remain stoic, we know what we know, we stay disciplined, we stay focused, we stay on our path. This schmuck, right? Let me tell you something right now. This person either has no money or is down bigly. Because if you had a decent account, which apparently, I mean, you should have a great growing account if everyone else is so fucking phenomenal and better than me, right? You should be up 100, 200, 300% so far year to date. So all these other people should be making you money, but the problem is you're sitting there right now either stagnant or red. So you have what's known as free schmuck time. This is your free schmuck time, where you like to go into other discords, you like to join other chats, you want to stir the pot, you want to try to get noticed. Oh, hey, what about this guy? Did you look at this guy? When in reality, you and all of those people can literally disappear tomorrow, and we would not lose sleep, we would not even hit a frickin' speed bump, and we'd just keep going and going and going. Well, like I said, this is the highlight of this person's day, so we'll let him vent a little bit. He wants to get it out, you know, he's trying to talk about these other people, saying they're as good as I am, yet he's listening to them, but not making money and has all this free time in here to talk to us, right? That's why I told you, as soon as people speak, as soon as they let me know who they are, I know exactly who I'm speaking to. I know exactly who I'm speaking to. The stoicism refers to analysis and investments. We're just having a conversation. It's all good, Anthony. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Like I said, I'm having a great day. Even if I start raising my voice, flipping out on this child, it doesn't matter, right? Because we've had a phenomenal last couple of days, a phenomenal last couple of weeks. So all of the words that this spaz is saying is falling on deaf ears, I promise you. Your opinion doesn't matter, Marley. Do you understand? I don't need you to pat me on the back with the TA. Once again, I was Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor, as it says in my description. Unlike my quote-unquote competition on YouTube, I have actually managed millions before. That's the difference. But hey, you know, if you like other trending YouTubers who, you know, talk about NVIDIA and tell you to buy Google, I mean, if that's what you really need them for, then more power to you. Go give them your support. Go hang out in their chat, brother. That's okay. Like I said, Rolls-Royce at $1.20. The stock's consistently hitting highs above 15. But we're all the same, right? We're all the same. They were probably talking about it too, right? Oh, wait a minute. No one else was talking about it. That's what separates the men from the boys. But hey, I mean, if I saw HGRAF raging, and now this guy is knocking on Wall Street's door, streaming live every single day, talking about a stock that rallied over 2,000%, yeah, I'd be a little salty too, you know? So this is, you're literally seeing in real time the saltiest Johnny come lately that we may ever see on this channel. And the best thing about doing what I do is that, as we say, men lie, women lie, numbers do not lie. I have the success rate numbers on my side. I have the stock return growth, capital gains numbers on my side. I have tax advantages on my side. This person is Johnny come lately. They've been left out in the cold without a jacket. Like I said, this spaz needs me to... I told you. Again, I was actually licensed, right? These people weren't. These people are hobbyists. That's a fact. These people are hobbyists. So that's why some spaz like this comes in and needs to talk about them and have me make them credible, right? We spoke about this. I need to say that this other schmuck that this spaz follows has good TA. He needs me to say that this other guy he follows knows what he's talking about. You should, right? Think about it. Think about it. How come we don't need to go into anyone else's chat? Because we know more than them. Some 22-year-old kid who got blessed with a Bitcoin and Nvidia exploding in value that now tries to sell you a book or a course for $20, $30, $50 is not on my level. That's a fact. That's not fiction. So if you want to just kind of lump us all into the same group, that is entirely your own prerogative. But at the end of the day, Johnny come lately, you are extremely salty. You're in here trying to take me down a peg when I just promoted myself and jumped up 3 legs. You are not going to bring me down. I know I'm the best at what I do. I have no problem going even head to head with these other schmucks. But of course, we know again, I was actually a licensed financial advisor. So for me to give them my time is a waste of my time. Look, now he's asking me about a stock. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, no matter what angle they try to play, at the end of the day, they need me. I do not need them. Facts, not fiction. Facts, not fiction. Well, hold on now. If I'm a schmuck and I'm not humble and I'm not stoic and I don't know what I'm talking about, if they're following me, then they think the way I think. So what are you talking to the chat for? What's the matter? I put you in your place, calling you a 4-year late Johnny come lately, salty fuck, and now you don't want to talk to me? You want to talk to my chat? I thought I had a tough guy in here. I thought we were going head to head. Little cat got your tongue? A few of my subs, Made 5K. Whoa, we got... Alright, see, I can't even open the window. Made 5K trading HGRAF on opening. I'm not an options guy, but bought 16,900 shares. Took some quick profits. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. John and Giselle. As you see, of course, you know, Marley won't address something like that, but as you see, of course, you know, market opened. You made 5K. You, your wife, your family, now in a better position financially. Because, of course, I have the mind of a champion. And, I am very good at what I do. So with me, you can wake up, you can make $5 grand, right? People like Marley, they miss out on it, right? They miss out. They see the stock go from 10 cents to 220. Then they get all salty. How come these other schmucks that I blow didn't tell me about this stock, right? So all that starts creeping into their head. Then the next thing you know, they come in here, they try to talk shit. However, at the end of the day, when people post that, hey, listen, I woke up, I made $5 grand because of you, thank you. See, that again takes the entire gravity of Marley's situation and completely deflates it. And they can't stand it. That's why, again, after getting put in their place, they had to come back and try to talk about my stoicism and my emotions, right? Notice, of course, that's what people do, because once you put them in their place and they have nothing to say, they get personal, they attack the character, right? So people could talk about how silly I sound, they can talk about my stupid New York accent, but what they can't talk about is that I don't know what I'm doing. Because once again, men lie, women lie, numbers do not lie. We have phenomenal success rate, phenomenal track record, spanning multiple years straight. That's why when people like Marley speak up, you gotta abuse them. You gotta put them in their place. And with all due respect to this person, he keeps telling me about Genghis Khan. I don't know. I think I remember seeing that person speak just a few times. So you're making it seem like that was like my top sub of sub that sent me 100 grand in commissions or something like that. Believe me, I'm not losing any sleep over Genghis Khan. You can keep him. Check back on Intel, of course. You don't know what you're doing. Durr. You're all the same. Durr. And I guarantee if we went into those other channels about a week ago and asked that guy, oh, hey, what do you think? Should I, buy Intel at this overinflated price? Or should I should I buy Nvidia, at this overinflated price? Or should I buy Intel? What do you think? I can guarantee everything I have that all of those hobbyists, right? Because we know they're not licensed professionals, right? So we have to call it like it really is. These are all YouTube investing / trading hobbyists. These are not financial advisors. I was a financial advisor. They are not financial advisors. And I can guarantee everything on my life that schmuck would have said, no, just buy Nvidia. No, just buy Palantir. Meanwhile, they missed out on a massive explosion and a potential stake now from the US government, which in my eyes essentially guarantees more future growth, in my opinion. But, I mean, remember, we're all the same. You could leave here, pull up some other guy's stream, right? I mean, you'd hear the same information. We're all the same. We're all the same. Soul Thunder, I see you, brother. See, when you're this damn good at your job and you're consistently making phenomenal calls day in and day out, week in and week out, you could just sit here and do whatever you want. I could start gaming right now. I can continue to abuse Molly for the next 60 minutes, right? I'm the best at what I do. So, I can do whatever I want, right? It was like Conor McGregor said, right? When you're bringing in that type of money, you're showing everyone those type of results, you do whatever the fuck you want. I'm living the whatever the fuck I want life. And you know what? It makes Marley's skin crawl. Back there they didn't want me. Now I'm hot, they all on me. I mean, everybody was talking about Fubo at $1. Oh wait, they weren't. Everybody talked about Rolls Royce at $1.20. Now it's at $15. Oh no, wait, that was just me. Ampex, I said, wait for the pullback to sub $2. Stock ran up to $9, right? I mean, I'm sure everyone else had the same conclusion that I did. Oh wait, they didn't. We just looked at Avondale, right? I said, I'd be buying in the 6s and 7s. Stock goes down to 6.5, rallies back to 14, right? I mean, they made the same call. Oh, wait, they didn't. But, you know, we're all the same. Obviously mentioned DraftKings calls again yesterday, a little bit after the open. We could see how that one worked out. I don't know, it's funny, right? When I talk about these phenomenal freaking winners that are outpacing my quote-unquote competition, I don't know. I don't see anything scrolling through the through the chat. I'm not seeing any credit, any compliments. I don't know. I guess a cat got Marley's tongue, guys. Let's go back to HGRAF. Stock that really pissed Marley off. Oh! Woo! Woo! Yeah. As I said yesterday again, 98 times, back and to the right. Back and to the right. Oh, I love it. See, I love a good argument. That's what people don't understand, right? I'm Italian, I'm from New York, and I was actually licensed. And I'm always usually much more right than I'm wrong. That's what I mean. It's like a schmuck like that coming in here. I would love to have a nice back and forth. Because there is literally not one single iota of information you can say to me that you would think could, like I said, take me down a peg or make me humble. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I know I'm the best at what I do. And that's what I mean. It's a fact. It's a fact. So you can go back to Chad Michael Murray's stream and you can tell him what I said. Because just to let you know, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, Suzanne. Damn right I rock. Damn right I rock. Like I said, man, if I didn't know who's who in this industry and I missed the stock going from 15 cents to 225, I'd be salty too, you know? I'd be salty too. I'd probably have a little bit more respect though, you know? If I came in and missed a high flyer like that, I'd say, wow, man, you know, listen, great call, appreciate everything you do. I know everyone's asking you for the next one, but, you know, I'm here, I'm hanging out, I'm trusting the process, and if you have something else, just let me know. Also, just to bring Marley down just another peg and just remind them exactly how much of an idiot they were for saying all that crap, just remember that the people they mentioned, they all charge. Buy my book, buy my course, send me X amount of dollars a month to take my trades, right? So not only am I better than them, I'm technically cheaper. Imagine knowing you're the best at what you do, proving it consistently day in and day out for the last 4 years, not even charging people for it, and then having a freaking moron like that come in and try to tell you that other people are just like you and you're all the same. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Some 20-year-old schmuck gets blessed with a NVIDIA price explosion and now starts charging you for trades. But yeah, we're all the same, right? I laugh in your face. Nah. What happened to Molly? Not here anymore? I was having fun with you, Molly. Where'd you go? We was having fun. Valentia, most people missed as well. If they are so great, post screenshot of them owning it at like 24. Some of us in the Discord like me here. Oh yeah, it's all about the FOMO. It's all about the FOMO. Like I said, that person Marley literally sees me encroaching into the market share of the other hobbyist schmucks that did not deserve your time, energy, or attention. Right? That's what I mean. They gotta come in here and try to bring me down. I don't need to go in there and pump myself up. Do you understand? Do you truly see the difference? Do you truly see the difference? They need to bring me down to their level, because no matter how hard they scrape, scratch, and crawl, they can't catch up to me. Unless they want to drop what they're doing, go to a firm, spend a couple of years over there, and pass one of the hardest countries, one of the hardest tests in the country, so that you're able to manage millions of dollars, right? If they do that, then we can talk. This guy says, example, Genghis Khan. And all this started, what, like a week and a half ago. And in that time, something like HGRAF has exploded even several 100% from that price. So that's what I mean. This kid, he wants to take Genghis Khan with him. Go ahead, have a great time. Go ahead. We'll be here making 2,000% returns. Go ahead, have a good time. See you later. Oh, you didn't like my attitude when I responded to you? We're not here to make friends, all right? I'm not running to be the mayor. This isn't a popularity contest. You honestly think I give a flying fuck about what you think about me, my character, or anything I'm saying? I have one job to do, and I do it phenomenally well. So you have to ask yourself, if that's not what you're here for, then what are you here for? Been streaming for a little over an hour, up to 19 likes already. Appreciate the support. Oh man, look at this, right? Day by day, we're getting more and more viewers, getting more and more eyes on our channel. We're live streaming now again. I'm not holding anything back. Unlike the other schmucks that Piker mentioned before, I even started a playlist in the day. You guys remember? How'd I do? Let's review. Where I actually had the balls to go back and look at my analysis and reanalyze my calls, and we can see, was I right? Was I wrong? And we could do it together, right? Because I have what's known as balls. And I was actually, again, licensed and managed millions. So if you think I'm afraid to talk about a bad call, you got another thing coming. They're the ones who hide under the desk. When they make a bad call, they're the ones that ghost you. They're the ones that have nothing to say. How do we reach you directly via Discord? You reached out directly on Discord to ask me that a few days ago. That's how you reach out to me. No, fuck that rite of passage shit. Because that Piker Marley has no business being a part of this community. So no, it's not a rite of passage. It's bringing that Piker back down to their level, because for some reason they came in here trying to, quote, humble me. And now they're out of here. Like I said, that you know the type of person it is. I'm telling you. Too much free time on their hands. They see someone like me streaming. They come in, they bust balls. What about this? What about that? What do you think of this other YouTuber? How's this guy's technical analysis? Right? That they have that kind of time. We do not. Well, actually, I do, of course, because, as I said, I'm phenomenal at my job. So I could sit here, I could rant for an hour. I could throw on a movie right now. Well, I could watch Titanic for the next 3 hours live on stream, and it doesn't matter. I'm still the best at what I do. Nick, I love you, brother. Appreciate the support. Always showing support. Reminds me of a guy I kept getting recommended on YouTube that was also hyping Fubo for a while. Then when it hit new lows, he disappeared. But stocks by the numbers kept up. If we liked it at X, we love it at Y. Let them know, Deli. Let them know. Absolutely beautifully said. And of course, if we notice, Marley's radio silent. So once again, either sitting there with a lot of sand in the vagina, or they left the chat. Either which way makes no difference to me, as we said, because if we never speak or hear from Marley again, it's not going to matter because I'm too damn good at what I do, and we're just going to continue to wake up and pick winners and make money, so that's okay. That's okay. Like, go ahead, let the other YouTubers come in here. Let them try to talk shit. I don't care. I don't care. As I said, they need me to validate them. If they all got banned tomorrow and I was the only financial channel on YouTube, I would not skip a beat, we would not lose any sleep, and we would keep hitting home runs and continue to grow our accounts. And I don't care what judgment on my character you want to pass about these statements, because honestly I could care less about you too, really, at the end of the day. Oh man. Like I said, when people contact you and say, thank you so much, you changed my life. I had a couple of 100,000. Now I'm a multi-millionaire because of you. As I said, the Conor McGregor mentality. Whatever the fuck I want. I'm living the whatever the fuck I want life. That's why they hate me so much. Do you understand? No one hates on a falling star. You hate on the rising star. And that's why when I started the channel, I used to say, I don't know how these people even have communities, because it sounds like they don't know what they're talking about. They all talk about the same handful of stocks. And it's just derivative bullshit. And now here I come, someone completely different, someone looking underneath the radar, telling you there's value in stocks like Intel when everyone else wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, right? That's what puts me levels above them. That's what separates the men from the boys. And I'm telling you, the more popular we get, the more Marleys you're going to see in the chat. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you. Because once again, they need to bring me down to their level to make their amateur analysis hold water. Because now they're seeing what a big swinging dick does. Now they're seeing what a real analyst brings to the table and how you're really supposed to do it. So now they're sitting there panicking. They're sitting there rethinking their inks. But me? That's just another day, baby. It's just Friday. Doing what I do best. Changing lives. I mean, if these people were really so good, I mean, the testimonials would be through the roof, right? Oh, I joined the community 2 years ago. I had 10 grand. Now I'm up to 1.38 million. This guy's the best, right? I mean, with that type of following, charging people for every little frickin' thing, being around for years and years before me on this platform, manipulating the algorithm, gaining attention, garnering more views and subs than I'm getting. You didn't make anyone into millionaires yet? After all this time? You don't have people saying, oh, I went from 800,000 to 9.5 million. I'm 42. I could retire early now. Thank you so much for changing my life. How come you don't see those testimonials from those people? Interesting when you think about it like that, right? Yet, they'll have the audacity, as we saw, to come in here and act like we're all the same. Oh, you're speaking with too much bravado. We gotta humble you. What? What? The only stocks where I've lost money are the ones you didn't pick. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And again, like I said, I mean, I call it like I see it. And I know that a lot of them might not have the same experience I had. But at the end of the day, we know that, if you figure out an option strategy or something, if you could make people money every day, I understand. I respect the grind. I always said, I hope everyone makes money in the market. I really do. I really do mean that. But don't think for a flying fucking second you're gonna come in here and bring me and us down to their level. We are light years. I promise you, people. I promise you. We are light years ahead of these people. That's why they need me to say the person is decent. They need me to say the person knows what they're talking about. They need me to say the book is worth buying. They need me to say the course is worth owning. Do you understand? And of course, not to be too cocky, but again, numbers don't lie. We have the track record to prove it. So if you went into their chat and asked them about me, the real only response should be, yeah, that guy really knows his shit. He makes a lot of great calls. That should be the response. And if it's anything but that response, then of course we know they're salty little children and they don't want to admit the truth. Because if they admit the truth, then their 470,000 subscribers are instantly mine. Do you understand the difference? And that's why even right in their face, if they were all in here live and I made a phenomenal call and shut all of them up instantly, they would still not give me the credit. Because they played the early game, they played the algorithm, they're playing the social media push to get 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers. But when they see someone who actually knows their ass from their elbow, is out here changing people's lives and also getting them to pay less in taxes, right? Wink, wink. I'm covering all frickin' bases here. So that's why they can't validate me. Because once they validate me, they are irrelevant. Do you understand? They would lose 400,000 subscribers almost overnight. Nobody would sign up for their Discord. Nobody would put in an order for their freaking ebook or whatever they're doing nowadays, right? They would instantly lose the facade of the bullshit that they built up over the last 5, 8, 10 years. Meanwhile, us, on this side of the river, sad to say, they can all drown and get taken up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. And I'm still going to be here on Monday, and I'm still going to be picking winners. That's why I'm the person. That's why they're slowly learning who's who in my industry. They need to send the Marleys in here to disrupt us. They can't send the YouTuber in here. Right? We just established that. They send the YouTuber in here. I'm going to prove, of course, that I know more about the market and investments overall than that individual, right? Because I was actually licensed and did it. We're going to have the track record over the past to prove them wrong. We could do it live. You're seeing it again. We could do it live with calls like Intel, DraftKings calls, right? I could do it in live time. I can make you money as well. Outperform them. So that's what I mean. If they come in here, they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're destroying the facade business that they built up. That's the difference. That's why, again, I will scream it from a mountaintop. I'll say it 89 times. I don't care if your ears are bleeding from listening to me today. I don't care. I am the best at what I do. I am who's who in my industry. They need me. I do not need them. You're not going to bring me down. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. AMD, yep, for sure. Same thing, perfect example. I did videos, we were talking about AMD at like 120. As the stock started to go down to 100, I was doing updates. I was saying, in my opinion, I wouldn't be worried at all. I'd be buying more. I'd be holding. They continued it down. They brought it back down to like 2015 levels or whatever we saw, right? They brought it back to like $77. And what I say? I said, hey, listen, I was early, but I'm not wrong. And I wouldn't be worried, and I'd be buying more if I could, and just hang on. And now, even if you listen to me, and we're early at 120, you're still up 50%. And like I tell you, you have licensed advisors on Wall Street who struggle to show clients 10-15% a year. Right? And you made... Being early, not buying at the low, you still made 50% on AMD in a few months if you listen to me. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I am on my own level. Are there other people out there who might be doing what I'm doing? Yeah, okay, sure, of course. Of course. But if you really expect me to believe, like that schmuck said, oh, you're all the same, these are your competitors. No. To my knowledge, I have yet to listen to another quote-unquote financier on YouTube that I feel is on my level. And I swear it's not even me being cocky. If someone really knows what they're talking about, and they're talking about good investments, and they have a good strategy, I always give credit where credit's due. And I'll say, hey, you know what? This guy knows what he's talking about. This guy might be right. And I am telling you right now, every single person that a schmuck like Marley comes in here and mentions, I pulled up that other kid's freaking YouTube channel live on the stream with you guys together, right? 470,000 subscribers talking about the same 4 stocks. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. They're not on our level, I promise you. Shut up and buy more. This is what you want. Yep. Mid-70s was the lowest. Yep. I was really stunned they brought it down. I remember saying day after day in the Discord, I was like, I can't believe they're still bringing this down. And everyone else would have been like, oh, you should have implemented a stop loss. Oh, I don't know when they're going to bounce it. Maybe it's not a buy. Right? Right? Because they got emotional. They took what they were seeing in short term and they let it sway their analysis. And that's the difference between, again, us and them. Because here, we know what we know. And yeah, you want to bring my stock down first before you pop it up? No problem. No problem. Because we know what we know. And I'm just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Or I could buy more shares. The green days are coming. 233 shares. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Well played. Again, easy call. Easy call. They don't like the way I look at stocks. They don't agree with it. They don't understand it. But then I'm right, and they want to know how I did it. They want to try to tell me, oh, this other guy's doing it too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And again, a stock like AMD, I know people were telling me, oh, I've seen, other people on YouTube talking about AMD. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. They weren't talking about Fubo. They weren't talking about Rolls-Royce. Right? It wasn't until the stock started moving that we saw more videos on SoundHound. That was actually, honestly, this actually worked out beautifully. Because those of you who were here when I started the stream, I was actually feeling kind of blah today. And I had like some cobwebs, I couldn't shake the cobwebs. I couldn't get sharp. I couldn't wake up. And all it takes is a freaking moron like Marley to say some dumb shit. And now I am fucking ready to go, baby. I'm like that mother who could lift a bus off the child right now. And you guys remember when I said calls on the Dow, right? Every day in real time. And they try to tell me, oh, you're just like the other guy. Yeah, we're all the same, buddy. We're all the same. You know what I mean, Deli? I mean, come on. The other guy just said this, probably. Come on. This is old news. Fucking idiots. DraftKings up almost 2.5 points in less than 2 days since my mention. And apparently everyone else is doing this. I mean, if I was in a Discord or following a guy and they were always making me money, the last thing I would have time for is going into another random investment chat and trying to talk shit. I wouldn't have time for that. I'd be too busy counting my money. I think we hit top trend line on HG before end of day. Well, yeah, on HG, whoops. On HG, Canadian, we're technically still holding, which technically means we're still bullish. We check HGRAF. Are these going through the same points? I gotta double check this. See, I'm even double checking my own trend line to make sure I have it accurate, and this asshole thought I wasn't humble. Right? I'm literally calling myself out on a potential own mistake. And he thought he had to make me more humble. That's what I mean. People, I'm telling you right now, people are idiots. And that's why I really do think we need mandatory CAT scans. So yeah, that was July to July. Yeah, same point. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Whoops. Yeah, we should. We should. Which straight up today, yeah, would be like 230. Yeah, it would technically be slightly new highs. This is today. Yeah, see the way the volume came in after we flattened out, and you see straight up green candle, consolidate, test to fib, straight up green candle. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Well, I'm sorry. In theory, the stock should go on this projected path. Will it happen? I have no idea, but it should be up here. Up to 22 likes on the stream. Hi. Somebody call Guinness. Tell them we're breaking a record today. After the frickin' month we've been having, these pikers sending a schmuck like Marley into my chat. Can you believe these are dirty? These are low down dirty people. Breaks my heart. Right? And here I thought, oh, YouTube community was like so nice and everyone like supports each other and they're like, oh, go check out this guy's channel. He's up and coming, he's growing, he's trying to make a name for himself. Nope. Instead I get, oh, okay, so you're doing what no one else is doing, but you should be humble, you know, you're all the same. What? Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Oh, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I'll keep going, too. I'll keep going on this kid. I don't care. Because in 2 hours, if the schmuck rejoins the stream to see what we're talking about, I want him to know I'm still putting him in his place and letting him know that he's a nothing. There you go. Someone in the Discord again. Don't worry about who it is, but basically just said portfolio's up about 35% even in the downtrend because of some of the recent picks. As I say all the time, shit's easy. People make it harder than it is. LAC looking like it wants to hold a 3. Wondering if I should buy more HG or start a position in QFIN. You should buy QFIN in my opinion. Again, HGRAF high flyer, could keep going. We all want to make big fast money real quick. QFIN, different situation, right? That's an established company. They have revenue coming in. They actually just beat earnings again, and they dropped them initially a couple of percent. So not only did I think it was undervalued going into earnings, and I feel it's worth at least 50 or 60 bucks a share. They beat again, and it went lower, and it was even cheaper. So yeah, go for it. I wish you well. DraftKings, 4.5% just today, of course. Was up all day yesterday after I mentioned it. Another 4.5% today, but I mean, I'm sure everyone else is seeing the same returns. I mean, we know that. Everyone's making the same amount of money, which would make you wonder why there's so many different people trying to do this. If everyone's the same and everyone makes money, why would there be thousands of different people trying to sell you their trades, sell you a book, ask for commission, right? We're all the same. Go find an actual investor that has 5-10 million and is a client at Goldman Sachs. And go ask him. Oh, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. It's the same, right? Fucking idiots. I don't even care too about the I don't even care about the swearing, whether I'm allowed to demonetize. I don't give a shit. Up to 24 likes. How you doing? How you doing? What? Oh, someone sent me money? You sent me money? Believe it or not, I would actually like to grow a little bit more on X, because I feel like people like really go back and forth more on X. Seems very slow though. We're growing, haven't even hit 300 followers yet. But I know not everyone has every platform, so understandable. It would be less entertaining without the swearing. Yeah, it's true. Did you work at Goldman? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was, just proving a point. But I worked at a firm called J.P. Turner. Hey, from Nicaragua, you the best. Hey, my friend, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in, spending a minute, showing some support. I'm glad to have you, brother. I'm assuming you're doing well. I'm glad everything's all right. Love from the States. Love, 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 love. I mean, again, you know, these my quote unquote competitors on YouTube, if you go in their Discord, you notice it's a bunch of 20-year-old little degenerate trading gamblers. We have older, multi-millionaire, established investors in this Discord, in this YouTube community. Again, someone from Jose. Oh, Nicaragua, you're the best. I have people, Nicaragua, UK, Germany, South America, South Africa. I have people from Korea, China, Japan. People reach out to me from New Zealand. I have people watching from Canada. I'm telling you, we are not on the same level as the other ones. Drop some screenshot in the Discord. You think September will be a low month? Yeah, maybe. People were saying August, September is when we were gonna start to see a market sell-off, and I'll agree with them, even though I've kind of been calling for a market sell-off for like the last 3 years. But I will agree with them. I do think, because I know historically it's been kind of slow in August going into September, so everyone might kind of just enjoy the end of their summer, and we might see a little bit of a sell-off. So yeah, I do think that's coming. Send me your it's what the hell is it? It's at Stocks by Numbers, because the whole thing wouldn't fit. Hello, just found you not even a month ago. Some of the most impressive calls and information I have ever found on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of course, if you're not trolling, and you know, that's a genuine statement, of course, I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And again, I'm glad, you know, we make these calls. Sometimes they start moving right away. Other times it doesn't do anything for 2 months, right? And then all of a sudden it starts moving. So, as we said, are you ever, you know, going to get the lowest price when you're looking at a stock? No, of course not. Are you going to buy it right in that minute, right before it explodes? Very highly doubtful, right? But if we stay disciplined, right? If we know what to look for, try not to get sucked into, you know, a hype stock, try not to overpay for a stock that's trending. If we stay disciplined and we do good research, good due diligence, everybody across the board, for the most part, you all, 6, 12 months from now, you should all be in a significantly better situation. But, yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. Wish multimillionaire will get there one day. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. From Portugal, welcome. Welcome. Very happy to have you. And again, they say, like they said, hold on, I gotta close this window. I can't even think. But like they said again, right? Oh, yeah, we're all the same, blah, blah, blah. And as I told you, you have a lot of these younger traders here in the States who are kind of degenerate gamblers. We have to call it like it is, right? And that'll be the bulk of these other YouTubers' communities, you know? And if you ask for their demographics, like, they might have like 80, 90% of their community here in the States. You know, and it's only people looking for like that next big trade, like that's trending, and they don't have actual worldly investors. Again, you guys see it. Oh, I'm from Portugal, I'm from Nicaragua, right? And we only have 20 people in the chat. Imagine we had 200 people in the chat, the list of countries that you'd see in here. So I am very proud of that as well. Not only are we doing very well, and obviously separating ourselves from the rest of the pack, but only about 50%, believe it or not, 50% of my YouTube community is here in the States. Which seems like that is like incomparable to these other people. Based on what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. Scotty does. Yeah, Scott, yeah, I missed you the last couple of days, I think, right? And as you see, you have that nice Lone Star by your name. Because we had, I'm sorry, I forgot exactly who it was, but someone gifted some subs to a handful of people. Gifted membership, or whatever it's called. What, some QFin? Hey, QFin. QFin. Yeah, I was, this was yesterday, like after the close, I was going through the earnings calendar, and I saw that they were reporting, and looking at the stock here, I thought it was undervalued. I thought it could easily climb up to 45.50 conservatively from this level. And then they beat, as you see, again, and they brought it down first. And now they're slowly bringing it back up. Actually, potentially it looks like an ascending triangle forming, ready to pop back up even higher. So, like we say, we liked it up here. I think I like it even more down here. Did you make a video on QFin? No, I did not. No, I did not. I mentioned it in the stream, and was it today or yesterday? But I mentioned in the Discord, in my opinion, I consider calls or shares on QFin. So I'm kind of just letting everyone know. I did not do a video yet on QFin, but we could. But again, just quickly looking at the numbers here now, market cap's down to $4.5 billion. They pay us a nice little dividend. PE's at 5. It's not very volatile, right? Again, the beta, right? I mean, my quote-unquote competitors probably know all about, the beta and everything like that, because you hear about that constantly, right? Which is not true. So the beta, again, is the volatility of a stock in relation to the overall volatility of the market. So this is 1.16 times as volatile as the major indices, right? So a little bit more volatile, but look at this track record here. Just look at this track record. Right? Annual growth. Look, we spike up to 2.58 bill. We do a little curl. Maintain, really. It didn't drop too much, right? 246, 23. Curl. Bang. Now margins are coming back up with revenue coming back up. 239 billion. Brought in over 800 million, right? So the revenue, the profit, it's a $3 billion year. Market cap, $4.5 billion. And that's all I have to say about that. Shout out to Rob. His kid's account is up almost 100%. Oh, bro, I love it. I love it. And Canadians, I'll say, if you think about it, if you think about it, Canadians kind of been struggling in regards to their stocks, I'll say. In regards to their stocks. Because, again, I mentioned that when I was an actual licensed broker, unlike my quote-unquote competitors, I remember telling you that there was a kind of separate section and a separate license required to call Canadians and pitch them stock. And then there's also certain steps that they have to follow and rules and regs they have to be aware of as an investor if they buy a stock on the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, if they buy a stock on the DAX or something, right, with the German Stock Exchange. There's all things that they have to do through Canada. And a lot of their companies have been struggling, right? It's a company like BlackBerry, So the fact that we actually have a handful of Canadians in the community, and we spoke about HGRAF, and they agreed on the potential of HGRAF, and they all bought it, guess what? Now they're all flipping out, and people are posting, I'm up 80% in my whole portfolio. I'm up 200%. Fantastic. Why did you are not anymore? What, a broker? It was 100% commission. I didn't make any money. I just couldn't do it anymore. Yes, unfortunately, not to get into this debate, I would definitely choose America over Canada. I mean, technically, they're kind of both going down the screwed up path, and they're kind of messing with everything that made the countries good. But I just feel like Canada is just maybe one step more crazy, if you will. So I would take USA over Canada in the moment. In the moment. Hey, 25 likes. Milestone right there. Yeah, well, that's the trend, if you notice. That's the trend. It's not just Canada. You notice that's the trend, right? It makes you wonder, I wonder why they're all going down this same road kind of around the same time in history. My coworkers are happy, 5% for the year. When I show them my returns, they say it's luck. Yep. Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time. They can keep the 5%. And again, if we're talking about, like conservative rate of returns, if we were, potentially like on the brink of war, and we might see like markets take some massive hit over the next several months or something, if we were kind of in like an uncertain environment, then believe it or not, if we're talking about fixed returns that you can see in like a long-term account, like a pension or 401k or something, sometimes they offer like 6, 7, 8% fixed income, which doesn't sound like a lot. But again, if we were talking like 12 months from today, all of a sudden the market might be mad volatile and we don't know. We could end down, 20% 12 months from now. Then 7%, 8% guaranteed. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. A lot of people forget interest on bank accounts in the States used to be 15%. 15%. They had to literally flip the script between bank interest rates of return on your account and the stock market rate of return, which is why now stocks move 5% a day and your bank account yields you nothing. Breaks my heart. It's really such a shame that it almost doesn't matter what country you live in, whether it's Germany, Canada, America. We have gotten so far out of hand so quickly that you literally like it like you can't make like, oh, I made 50,000 this year, I made 80,000. Like no. You need to make millions of dollars, otherwise you're not gonna make it. You know what I mean? It's like the tide is rising and everyone's trying to run away, and unless you're literally on your way to make big 6 up to 7 figures, like you're not going to make it. The water's going to catch up to you. You're going to get pulled under. Which is honestly sad. Especially when you hear stories from like, your parents or people, just 2 generations ago, and they're like, yeah, I was, I worked sanitation, or there's people out there who like worked at the post office for 30 years, right? They were making like average wage, bought a house, had a car, right? Maybe their wife didn't work. That income was more than enough to do everything, right? They were able to save some money. Maybe they invested a couple of bucks. And now you talk to those people, and, a lot of them have, oh yeah, I got hundreds of thousands of dollars, Nowadays, you don't have a leg to stand on, man. You don't have a leg to stand on. I'm seeing people post videos like, oh, I got a great credit score. There's no debt in my name. You know, I got a decent job. This house now is apparently worth a couple of $100,000. And when they get back to them and tell them, you know, their mortgage rate and what their payment's going to be, they can't afford it. And mind you, these are people with decent jobs, decent incomes, good credit scores, and no debt. Think about that. Right? There you go. I'm always here for you guys, right? You just heard me typing like an animal. Someone reached out directly on the Discord. You know, I'm looking for long-term plays. Boom, I'm sitting here. I responded right away, right? I just listed like 9 symbols for that person to keep an eye on. That's what I mean. You know, but we're all the same, right? I mean, all those other people answer you immediately when you reach out to them and ask a question, right? Or better yet, they act like they know the answer and they're not sitting there, you know, ignoring you for 10 minutes and probably Googling what to find out what the frick they're talking about so they don't sound like an idiot. And I had to Google, honestly, yesterday, I'll admit it, right? Man enough to admit it. I had to Google what happens with the OTC share conversion, right? If we get listed on the NASDAQ, only honestly because, one, I've never been a part of it, and two, that actually doesn't sound familiar to me at all. And I'm not stating that I'm a genius, but if it doesn't even sound familiar to me, then that probably means it. I don't even think that was on the Series 7, you know what I mean? So I don't think I've ever looked into that. And of course, we know OTC stocks are extremely speculative and volatile to begin with, so it's not something you should really focus on anyway, but I'm sure there are people who love OTC stocks, so of course they would have had that answer. Why do you think society's too fragile now? We just protected everybody. We made everyone now we have adults walking around, but we're really big children, you know? We're not really adults. We don't have the same like morals and values and, you know, as previous generations. We don't have the same self-respect. We don't have the same respect for others. We you know, put our well, I don't know how it is in Nicaragua, but here now, you know, they were putting college kids in their safe spaces and their bubbles, and if someone said something you didn't like, you can sue, or you know, if you went to campus and it was too hot, you could, you know, just stay home and not show up and like still get a degree. Like, I don't know. We made everything like so protected, so PC. Like, oh, you don't want to hear that? Okay, you don't have to. Oh, you don't want to do that? Okay, you don't have to. So now, yeah, people don't want to hear anything. People don't want to do anything. That's what happens. Banks like to keep it optimistic in their monthly reports, but it is in their best interest that the population doesn't believe in the situation at hand. Well, yeah, 100%. 100%. keeping you in the dark and keeping you, buying into the system and pumping all this stuff. That's what they want. They don't want to alert you to something that could be coming. AMD and Google is the only long-term plays I personally find attractive. It's hard with the other ones. Yeah, AMD again, I do believe should get back up to 200 plus easily. Google, I always said, in my opinion, is pretty fair valued, right? Because again, we got something like Palantir bringing in $3 billion and they're worth $500 billion, right? And Google, $2.5 trillion. So you're like, wow, it's a big number. But if you look really, 21 times earnings. I mean, the track record's been great. Revenue consistently growing. Right, and look at this, almost 350 billion revenue with income of about 100 bills. So like just the business itself brought in almost $500 billion. Right, and so if we just look at revenue and profit to market cap comparison, we're only trading at 5x. And we didn't look at, again, do they have cash on hand, right? What's the asset to liability situation look like, right? We didn't even look at all of that. And that's why I always said, they're pumping all these big tech names, and I get it, but it always looked like Google and Amazon were the closest to fair value, in my opinion. But AMD, I also believe, where was it? Like 220, 240? It really should get back up to that level. Yeah. 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 Here, 260. 260. What was the high? 227. So yeah, 240 to 260, I think easily. Revisions after the fact, sales ahead of crashes. Oh, of course. Of course. See, they know what the news is. They see the figures. They plan accordingly. Then they let you know what's happening. The U.S. has become too... Yeah, no, well, everyone sues everyone for everything now. And so it's all falling apart. It really is. It's all falling apart. Who wants to use the other person's bathroom? I mean, and again, I'm not trying to go after the trans community either, but it's like, if you put a woman into, like, if we took a WNBA player and put her in the NBA, she ain't doing shit. Let's be honest with each other. She ain't gonna do shit. Maybe Caitlin Clark, because I know she got a nice shot. People saying, oh, she's like Steph Curry. I mean, listen, she's definitely better than probably every other girl on the court. And she has a nice shot, so she probably hit some threes. But if I'm talking like the average player, right? But of course, vice versa. All you're seeing is vice versa, right? You're seeing men who transition to women and, they're in boxing and they're kicking the crap out of these women. It's like, yeah, we could have seen that coming, which is probably why we separate them. Right? We came up with the correct way to do this decades ago. And now you're just like, oh yeah, put this WNBA player out there with, LeBron, she could hold her own. What? What? Oh, well, this is Tammy. Her has now been on, replacement hormones for 60 days. So technically a female. So she's going to box, this 110-pound little blonde, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I do still like S. Sentinel-1. A little bounce up off the bottom. We were speaking about the tightening. I was, anyway. Of the potential tightening taking place. And then we would probably pop up and out. back up here to the moving average, climb into earnings, and then if they beat, kaboom. And honestly, even if they have a rough quarter and let's say they bring them down like another like 8 or 10%, believe it or not, in my opinion, depending on what they say, it's not going to be that much of a big deal. And probably over the next couple of months, it'll curl back up here, even if they drop it, in my opinion. So, again, you know, I mean, is it guaranteed? No. Right? Could they miss, like we said, and drop to 15? Yes, of course, we know that. Anything can happen. But the company was doing very well. And, yeah, I may have found it here. I feel like we spoke about it earlier than this, maybe. I don't remember, but, you know, was always keeping an eye on these trend lines. Also, if you recall, a lot of people don't remember this, but this trend line was drawn out before this happened. I literally drew a trend line to nowhere and said, in my opinion, that should be the next support level. And look at where the stock dropped exactly to, and then bounced off of and tried to hold for about 5-6 days in a row. So, again, right? What was that schmuck saying earlier? Oh, what do you think about this guy's tech analysis? What do you think about that tech analysis? I literally was in the dark, went blind, and called it perfectly. Right? But they're selling a course. His blowjob piker friend is in here trying to give me shit. Blindly drawing perfect trend lines in the dark. But, you know, I mean, I'm sure the other guy does that too. I mean, who am I, you know? Who am I? Yeah, she wouldn't get a shot off. I was being nice. Because, you know, I mean, unfortunately, again, not to bash the WNBA players, but I don't know. I don't know where they get these women from. And you know what makes me laugh too? Again, this is what confuses me about the WNBA. Maybe someone can help me out. It's like we'll watch women's college, right? Like you guys, anyone out there who like really like used to watch sports or, you know, just always keep ESPN on or something, they would always update you on like the phenomenal records that like the Georgetown women's basketball team had, right? And you'd put on the game and it's like, you see them like they're throwing accurate passes, they're hitting the cutter under the rim, easy layup. Oh, they toss it out to this woman, boom, she nails a three beyond the arc. And you're sitting there like, oh, wow, yeah, these girls are balling. This, you know, this is going to be a game. This is going to be a game. And yet somehow those women, some of them, get into the WNBA, and then we have highlights of WNBA players who can't hit layups, right? Or they shoot the ball from like 8 or 10 feet away, and they don't even like hit the rim. Like, what happened from college to the WNBA? Because it seemed like if y'all just stayed in college, you could have broke records and been phenomenal players. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. XYF. Oh, we're on the up and up. Oofa. Up. Down big. Reverse split readjust. Bottom out. And we just ran from $1.60 to 20. So, probably would have wanted to hear about this like here, but that's okay. Finance, what is this? 500 million. That's for the year. Okay. That looks very nice. Zhao Ying, meaning Chinese? Is that what you're telling me right now? Uh-huh. Sorry, not interested. Sorry, not interested. If I wanted to buy crack made by Chinese people, I'd go back to the city, you know? Woo! Yeah. Yep. Hey, seeing you guys follow me on X. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because apparently what really started to bother me, believe it or not, on X was the political posts. Because they're, like, these people technically aren't really adding anything to the conversation, but they have like 1 million followers, right? And they're probably making like tens of thousands of dollars from these posts that are irrelevant, that aren't helping anybody. So, figured I'd throw my hat into the ring, right? We'll talk about some stocks. If I upload a video, I'll upload it on X too, so people over there can see it. And I'm just going to start doing the same thing like these people are doing. I mean, you know, they post a picture of Trump and they're like, wow, look at this guy. And that's it. That's the whole post. And then you look and it's like 1.8 million followers. So it's time to play the game and start doing some stupid shit. And build up that community as well. Volare. Oh. Ejandale. Oh. Oh wait, you mentioned Nintendo before. Is that you talking about this thing with PETA? PETA asked Nintendo to remove cow's nose ring. I can't. I can't. I'm not long for this world. That's what the people used to say. It's like, oh, I'm not long for this life. Yeah, these people are grinding up literally the whole freaking road down the block here. They're, like I said, they must be putting in a gas line or something. Yeah. What time is it? Yeah, it's about 1. We got people showing back up from lunch. Shaking off that itis. Alright, come on. We gotta get back to work. Couple more hours. DraftKings, I know. Whew. I love it. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Nintendo also sues the hell out of anyone trying to pirate or make digital copies, even if they own the physical version, and try to copyright strike everyone using their IPs on YouTube. Except, wow, really? Ah, that's interesting. That is interesting. My job has Friday afternoons off all year round. Oh, wow, lucky guy. That's nice. A little Friday off. And this one's been doing really well too. Again, like very, very slow, but very steady, right? Look at that. Very slow, but very steady. Rolls-Royce was down today. Uh-huh. How about Soundhound? Oh, yeah, continued up. Yeah, what'd I say, right? What'd I say? Like 17 and a half, 18? We ran right to that fib and we paused for a second. Should be coming. It should be coming. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Made the video. Went up. A couple people tried to talk shit. Now it obviously went much lower than where it was. And now it's just trying to hold 5 and change. Which means... Bum, bum, bum. La-dee-na-dee-na. I was just gonna pull up something else. Now it slipped my mind. Son of a bitch. Bang bang. Oh, TLT. Spoke about this, right? A couple days ago, I feel in the stream, was saying that it looked like yields wanted to spike back up to those levels. And as the 20-year yield goes up, this ETF, TLT, goes down, moves inversely with it. And that's why I said, oh, if yields are going up, consider TLT puts. I think I said that anyway. I don't know. I'd have to go back. Yeah, I think I said it on stream. Looks like I haven't mentioned TLT in Discord in a while. Let's see how PayPal's doing. PayPal. There you go. See, fought, had a big spike back up above this trend line here, retracing to the fib. Comes down, sorry for the whistle. Test the trend line, pops up, and you can see, look, staying up now, above that candle, on its way back up to the fib, back up to the moving average. And again, supposedly, a lot of people are just looking at the situation, and they're chalking it up to Fed rates, right? So again, if we've kind of been keeping it down because we haven't been able to cut rates yet, but we might get a rate cut soon, then if so facto, PayPal could have one hell of a run over the next couple of months. All right, fair enough. No, it's annoying though when you hear it. What's wrong with a little whistle, eh? Oh my goodness. They must cut. Yeah, well, supposedly that's what Trump is saying. Trump's like, we're rocking and rolling, let's get a rate cut. So, again, for a stock like PayPal, that might be the one catalyst that really explodes it back up. Because again, look at this. You can see we were in the massive long-term U-turn recovery, right? You can see it. And then they paused it again. So now We did that, and bang, and now we got to do this. You understand? So yeah, it might still technically be long term and take months and months, but technically, this stock in the 60s, in the 70s, really should be like 100 and something. And if we're talking about technical analysis, it should be 153, 152. Oh wait, excuse me. So, again, just like AMD, right? We felt it was a buy. We felt it was going to climb back up from the low hundreds. Up, they brought it down first before they brought it back up. Up, now all of a sudden it's popping and raging like an animal. It's trending. Who's talking about it on YouTube? Who's talking about it on Reddit? Oh, now this firm increased their price target. Up, AMD just beat. The stock's up. And now all of a sudden it's up and up and up. And that's why I say a situation like this, it's like they took the spotlight off it. No one's talking about it. They're not giving it any attention. They're keeping the stock flat. What the heck's going on? Why isn't it moving? You should view that as an opportunity to accumulate shares and build a position. I'm going to stretch my legs back in 5. Back in action. Yeah, we're up to 28 likes on the stream. Wild. Up 42% in 2 days. But it's only $400. Yeah, that is true. Technically, you should be looking at the percentage gains. And again, we know it's hard, right? Because, of course, everyone wishes, oh, I wish I put 10 grand into it and I'd be up thousands. Believe me, we all know how you feel, but at the end of the day, yes. Average return for the S&P, 20%. Again, that's nowadays in a fake overinflated BS market. Usually S&P would return, what, like 5%, 7% or something like that. So, again, 40% in a few days is very nice. It should kind of reiterate, again, that we know what we know. And, you know, again, we had people a year or two ago in Discord, they used to say the same thing, right? Oh, I only have like a few thousand in my account. You know, I'm seeing 30% returns, but it's not a lot of money. And I said, stick with it, stay disciplined, stay on the path, follow the percentage gains, right? Work smart, and your account value is slowly going to grow over time, and you're going to be in a better position 12 months from now, 24 months from now. And I have people in the Discord, like from the UK as an example. Guy came in with like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6,000 pounds or something he started with, and now he has a $35,000 portfolio. So you just got to keep on keeping on. Navitas. What's that? NVTS? Navitas. No, too small. Too small. Too small. Oh, it was a SPAC? Oh, no wonder people are talking about this. Yeah, so even though it doesn't deserve it, the stock's probably going to spike back up to SPAC level of 10, 10 plus, for absolutely no reason. However, they're bringing in, you know, tens of millions, and it looks like, you know, a lot of volume came in. I don't know what the news was, but, you know, I probably like Intel better. TSM's probably a better buy than this stock. It's just my opinion, though. Like I said, it's a SPAC that they beat up, and we've seen these kids on Reddit buy down here and then tell you to buy and get it trending and run it back up here. And as we said, they make, you know, 800% without having to do anything. They wake up laughing every day. Then they sell, they make big profit. You're left holding the bag. It's got $1.5 billion market cap, and they just made $14 million. Cut the hold from buy. Revenue down year over year. Maintained buy at Rosenblatt. Target cut to 8 from 10. Target raised to 8 from 3. Well, they have very little debt, which is good. Stock's up. Gross profit just swung back negative. Stock is up, though. Number of shares went up a little bit. But yeah, what are we doing here? Yeah, free cash flow improved a little bit. Very little debt again, which is good. So that leaves us with what, like 150 mil? It's about half a mil. And if we look at this, we would technically subtract, not add value for this. I think it's overvalued. I think it's overvalued. Am I muted? I think it's over. No, I'm not muted. Okay. Just making sure. Yep. Yep. La-dee-da-dee-da. HG check. Hey. Oh, said Dow calls this morning. Oh. Nancy Pelosi, one of the best investors of all time. You better only have nice things to say about Nancy. Like I said, people, they're talking about Trump. Oh, you spent $1 million to play golf. Oh, look, he put up a flagpole in front of the White House. It's like, first of all, now all of a sudden everyone's worried about money, right? I mean, every administration before this one has been just pissing and burning through trillions of dollars, beefing up our debt for every little freaking cockamamie reason. This guy plays around the golf. You want to talk about what it costs to the taxpayer. Okay. So that makes you a hypocrite, number one. And of course, like I said, they want to talk about these people's finances. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi's husband, during COVID, randomly took a position in Kodak. Yes, Kodak, the film company that was going out of business, that no one would have touched with a 10-foot pole. Nancy's husband took a position in Kodak. Then we heard that the government and whatnot, the CDC or whatever, may tap Kodak and have them start producing like some masks and stuff to take care of the demand for all this stuff during lockdowns. And of course, Kodak stock absolutely exploded on the news, and miraculously, Nancy Pelosi's husband just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I mean, that happens though, right? That happens. See, when I see a company that is going out of business and isn't worth buying, something like Bed Bath & Beyond, right? Great example. And I say I wouldn't touch it, and then the stock declares bankruptcy and gets delisted. That's what usually happens with companies that are getting gobbled up, that have fallen behind the curve, right? They dissolve. They just disappear. But Kodak, Nancy's husband, just had a gut feeling to load up on Kodak, and then the film company that is slowly going out of business was tapped to make COVID equipment. And people have the audacity to respond to me like, "Oh yeah, what about Trump's character? Oh, don't you think this person's a schmuck?" And it's like we have massive, blatant criminals, insider trading, treasonous actions behind the scenes that no one talks about, no one addresses. And that's why, at this point, after all this happening for years and years and decades straight, do you really think I give a shit how much it costs for this guy to go play around the golf? You really think I give a shit at this point? People make me laugh, I'll tell you what. Up to 29 likes on the stream. Could we hit 30? Is it possible? Remember, again, the algorithms control the whole world now, so if you have not done so yet, please like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. We must give our sacrifice to the algorithm. HGRAF looks like a tightening symmetrical triangle throughout the whole day here. And we just came down and tested this trend line, as you see, a couple of times. So we may actually tighten and then pop up again. So got about 2 hours left. We'll see how that plays out. Yep, up and away. I saw this spike. I said, SLV calls. Yep, yep, yep. I'm telling you, they can't really keep silver down. And just like the other day, right? We finally saw it down, and it was down like 1.5%, bounced right back. I'm telling you, it's playing catch up. Verizon, I love it. They made it look so weak. Right? They made it look so weak and prematurely dropped it down. And now all of a sudden we're prematurely breaking up. It really makes me laugh, man. Well, I don't really have any money, but if I have money, sometimes I do options, but a lot of other people in here do options. Some people do daily options, weekly options. We got some people buying leaps in here. I got the moves like Jagger. I got the moves like Jagger. Verizon raging. The raging Cajun. Oh, we got 30 likes. Holy moly. I guess when you call a stock that rallies over 1,000%, you get some attention, eh? Let's give it up for the Canadian Rager, eh? Have I seen Oscar Health lately? No, but there's someone in the Discord that always cries about it down and praying that it goes up, so I'm assuming it's down. A little bounce back. Yep. Guy started flipping out. I told him, I said, this is the key level you want to watch. If you see it begin to really break that level, you may see a breakdown back to 10. Otherwise, you're going to see a bounce, and we're going to come back up here. We're going to come back up here. Poor Peter. Poor Peter. But again, people come in that they want to tell me I made a great call. They want to cry they missed out. They want to be pissy that they don't have millions. And look how much this stock is up. Look at what this idiot posted and his return he made on options. And the whole time I'm trying to keep people level-headed, grounded. I'm trying to keep them stoic. I'm saying, hey, listen, I'm looking at this, this, and this. Maybe you should, you know, look at some of those. And what do? In one ear and out the other. Nobody listens. They do whatever they want to do. And that's why. You could be in here every day for the next 5 years, crying, holding this stock. And I could honestly care less. I could care less. Because as I said, there unfortunately is only so much I can do. Right? I'm basically doing all the legwork. I'm doing all the real work. I'm doing like 90%. And the last 10% is up to you guys. And some people don't hesitate. They trust the process, you know, and they're doing well. Other people try to outsmart the market. Oh, UNH just got terrible news. Oh, let me try to buy it and catch the bottom. Like, that's what I mean. If you want to be out there like a gambler and just roll the dice and just make donations with your capital, that's your own prerogative. Maybe if you listen to me, see some decent returns. I'm grateful because you told us a couple of days ago about Intel, and I bought right now, making good money. And how simple was that, Jose, right? I mean, think about it. How simple was that? You found me recently. You see, I kind of know what I'm talking about. You look at some recent calls, and you're like, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. And then we talk about Intel. You're like, you know what? I'm putting my money where his mouth is. Let's see what this guy's about. And boom, stock's up 25% in a few days. Really, no matter when you bought it, you're up, right? Because it keeps running. And we just got that massively Massively huge positive catalyst. Again, everyone's looking at UNH today because they heard Buffett's name. That's not the story. I'm telling you right now, that is not the story. The story is Intel. The story is Intel. We got word that the government may step in and take a stake to help giddy up the company and bring them into this new wave, this new age of tech demand and AI growth. Again, there was a brand name blue chip stock, main leader in the tech space for decades. You don't let that company go under. You do whatever you got to do to get them back on track. But yeah, I'm just very glad that you found me. You know, you're spending some time with us, and there you go. Intel, perfect example. You know, you heard me talking about it, you heard it in passing, took a position, boom, now you're up. Now you're up. And sometimes it is that easy. Right? I said 25, no problem. Stock hit 25.65 today. And you had earnings yesterday. Yeah, I looked at NU and like a handful of names yesterday after the close as they reported earnings. How'd we do? Wow, 3.7 they're up to. Holy shit. Again, this was one that it was like, this is like South America, right? Let me check. This was like Brazil, Cayman Islands. Yeah, but we read the article that broke down the segments, and yeah, I think they were seeing like big growth in their Brazilian market, and they're like helping people in Latin America like open these accounts with new, and apparently everyone is telling everyone they know, and they're all opening accounts, and this company is making money hand over fist right now. 3.7 billion. Trailing upward, 2 beats, 2 misses. Look at that revenue. It's not stopping at all. As of 24, 10.3 billion, 2 billion. Phew. So again, just that is about 12. So we're trading roughly 5 times again our annual revenue. Gained 4.1 million customers. 123 million customers. 83.2% of them, I guess, are active at least once a month. Those are some hefty numbers, man. Yeah, Brazilian digital lender. Again, the only thing that concerns me is we're talking about a South American stock, which A, could be exposed to nationalization, as I saw in the past with other South American stocks. Or we may potentially be in a situation where it's almost too good to be true. And again, the company, you know, 2.6, they post 2.9. Right? 2.7, they post almost 3. 2.8, 3.25. 3.2, they post 3.7, right? So we're seeing some miraculous growth and beats coming out of this stock. So again, I'm not trying to raise a red flag, but hopefully it's real, and hopefully they don't get nationalized. But I did like it. Again, I don't remember where we looked. I think I want to say it was like here. And we didn't really see much movement. Right? We ran up and then we pulled back and then we bounced back, but then we pulled back to where we were, and then we're up, now we're down, and you know, then we go up, and then there's earnings, but you know, now we're bringing them down after we went up, and it's just a very seesaw kind of ride right now. But yeah, I remember when we looked at it, I basically said the same thing. I'm worried about nationalization, and I hope the numbers are real. And if they're real, and the government doesn't step in, then yes, this should be a nice grower over time. Oh man. Yeah, Roth is designed for people with lower annual income, lower net worth. That's why the Roth gives you the tax advantage, right? It's pre-tax income, traditional IRA, post-tax income. And apparently they really beefed up those numbers because I told you guys, when I was a broker for a Roth, it used to be like you needed less than 35K annual income or like less than 200,000 net worth. And recently someone mentioned that now it's the annual income number is like 150,000, which basically means like 98% of the entire US of A now qualifies for Roth IRAs, which I guess is good. DLO shares. What is this? D local. Hi. That's a nice beat. 4.5 billion, bro. See what I mean? These stocks are pumped up, man. And up the contribution limits to 8K. Yeah, that's another good point. I can't remember. I'd have to go back because yeah, like the max contributions to IRAs and like any new tax laws, right? We know these change like year after year, every other year. So yeah, it's been like 13, 15 years since I absorbed this information, but yeah, they up the contribution limits to 8K, you're saying. I believe it used to be like 3,500. So yeah, it's pretty wild. That's pretty wild now. Brought over this guy from Visa and American Express. Aha. Aha. The more we make, the less we make. Yeah, revenue technically growing nicely year over year. Five saying a buy, five saying a hold. Average price target 13. That's because, yes, see, we put the spotlight on it now that we had a good quarter, trying to overshadow the fact that it has been very disappointing and dismal for the several quarters before that. But, I mean, why not pop it to a new 52-week high, right? Why not? Why not? Stocks only go up, we know this. It looks like very little debt, which is good. I always like seeing that. Well, they somehow adjusted the cost of goods sold here. We can see 188 million cost them 119, and then they brought in almost 20 million more, and somehow it only cost 1 million more. It's very interesting. Not much dilution, but up a little bit. Up a little bit. Wait, so they pay a dividend now? I'm so confused. What is this? Yeah, I guess. I guess. Headquartered, Uruguay. Uruguay. Yeah, I mean, again, more power to you. I'm always hesitant to buy a lot of international names. But just remember, this company essentially is an international PayPal, and they just, as you see, they're on the up and up, and they just popped them to new highs. So I do wish you the best of luck with DLO, and you may have made a good call. In my opinion, PayPal. 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 It's a PayPal. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, baby. Let's go back to our HGRAF Wouch. Oh, we're back up to 3 Canadian. What did I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? We got the tightening, eh? We got a little tightening right here. Very tight. Very tight. Eh? 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 Boom! Eh? Boom! How's our volume look? Up to almost 5 million shares. Again, volume used to be 2 million, average volume. Now we're moving 5, 6, 7 million shares a day. Up! Up! I'll leave you with the sounds of silence as I stretch my legs again, as you watch this beautiful stock continue to climb. I will be right back. Uh, everybody left? Nice. Nice. For 20. Mm, mm, mm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What'd I say? What'd I say? When we saw that spike, I said, if this is really where they want to take it, then we're gonna go, whoop, whoop. I literally said this. Whoop, whoop. Literally said this 2 weeks ago. I'm too good. HGRAF. It's hanging out at top trend line again. We're in kind of this tight little triangle here. Even we could even assume that this was maybe like a flash too. So you can go to there. That low and that low. It looks like right around 3 is the apex. So within the next 20 to 30 minutes, we may see a breakup. Bang, bang, choo-choo train. Oh, 3.5 hours on the stream. Yeah, I might need to start taking like lunch breaks or something in these streams, man. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, used up a lot of adrenaline earlier. Starting to come back down. Silver, almost back to flat. Gold green, oil down. Man. Yeah, right? Where's Molly at? I need my second wind of energy here. I need someone else to say some dumb shit to me. Well, yeah, but there's other guys. TA, man. Very quiet. HGRAF right now. Look at this. We're not halted, are we? No. And HGRAF, again, HGRAF quotes are 15 minutes delayed, but live quote from the account showing 217. Yeah, basically where it is now. And you can see basically the same thing, right? We started to come up and tighten. We got our top line coming down. So, of course, for all of you, I hope that we break up instead of breaking down. But we shall find out soon enough. You can see we're technically above. Technically is good enough for me. La la la. There's like financial requirements that they have to hit. You need to have a certain number of sizable investors as well. I saw it, what was it? Yeah, what, yesterday when people were asking about the conversion of the shares, I remember. And it was showing like, oh, a company, gets moved from the OTC, and then, it talks about growing fundamentals year over year, and I think it said like you need like 300 people to hold like a certain number of round lots of shares of the stock. So you got to like go down a little bit of a checklist. and kind of check all those boxes, and then if you want, you can move over to another exchange. La-dee, la-dee-da. La-dee, da-da-da. Mm. Just hanging out. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people are upset with this one. I understand. Could have bought Intel a couple of days ago, though. That would have worked out fine. Intel. Still at 25. Jeez. Right? And what? We were in stream like here, did a video here somewhere, and I was like, oh, you know, I still like Intel. I think it could be good. Yep. Like they say, could lead a horse to water, but you can't make that baby drink. See how HII is holding up. Still at 260. Again, did a video here. From the day of that video, again, at the end screen of every uploaded video had the HII analysis video on the end screen. Still to this day. I did the quick video yesterday updating everyone on Intel. The end screen has the HII video on it. And that's what I mean. I try to do everything I can to point people in the right direction, to just like re-put certain videos in their face. And unfortunately, the average person does not listen. Tightening still above moving average. Been above the moving average now for 2 straight months. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Hmm. How about a little mbot? Mbot. Mbot. What I say. So we're gonna hold 3. And what I say, right at the open, we pop up. What I say. What did I tell you? Huh? What did I tell you? Right at the open, the stock seems to want to pop up. So I like it. I think it's got the spotlight on it. Oh, baby, look at that. We went up and we're just flowing. Gliding along. Again, if we pop up this line now and jump up to this line, that would be, oh no, technically that would be actually right near the previous highs, but we'd be retesting them. New guy here, thanks for posting. Oh, you're welcome. What did I post? Did you make money? Bum, 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 bum. Look at that. See how copper's looking. Mm. Mm. You can see though, we've gotten more and more volatile, but you can see the trend here taking place. And you can also see, even look, we had a big drop a couple months back and rebounded right back. I still say, in my opinion, you know, look at that. I still say, in my opinion, you know, SCCO, Copper Company, any of them, all of them across the board. I know people talk about FCX, ALB, doesn't matter. And any of them, all of them. Materials, metals, because that's where real true value is. Think about how many people thought gold and silver were boring, you know, a couple of months back. And you know, a year or two ago. Look at this. And gold's up more than silver, right? This is just silver, but you understand my point, right? It's not very exciting. I don't know. I never really looked at gold. Like, it doesn't matter. Just buy it, freaking thing. Oh, yeah. Freaking price doubled in the last couple of years. Ridiculous. Yeah, well, as I said, in my opinion, Buffett technically had no business buying UNH. And I know he's looking at it as, of course, the Buffett method. Oh, you know, brand name stock got really beaten up. I'm going to swoop in. It'll come back over time. And it does have a chance to. But in my opinion, excuse me, in my opinion, I still would stay away from a lot of these healthcare stocks, a lot of these insurance stocks. I don't believe the worst is over yet. And I mean, I know he may not had like that type of exposure, so he felt UNH was like his best option in the sector. Like, you know, I can understand the argument, but in my opinion, he didn't need to buy it. He didn't need to buy it right now. And I do still think it continues to slip. But of course, the only thing that's keeping it up is him. Brought it right back to 300. Wild. Stock was on its way. People asked me here, should I buy it? You like it? You like it? I said, no, it's breaking lower. It should go lower. Stock dropped to 230. So, I mean, they'll probably pump it back up to here or something in the short term. Might hang it out, wait for earnings, run it back up. So, what, did he buy it or it just moved? Berkshire Hathaway increased stake in Nucor during the second quarter as revealed in a recent regulatory filing. Yeah, because they can't buy U.S. Steel, so they gotta buy. So now they gotta buy Nucor. Or Cleveland Cliffs, of course. But yeah, no, same thing. Like I said, practically all of these companies. Like I said, if we're talking about metals, materials, minerals, like it's probably going to be on the up and up, right? We're seeing our magnet companies. We got, again, this is a steel company. Berkshire increased his stake. I spoke about LPX, lumber company. It's been kind of on the up and up. Buffett owns a tiny bit of this. We got stocks like LAC again coming, what, like in the next year, year and a half. We're going to hopefully start mining if we stay on schedule. All of these. All of these. If US Steel didn't get bought out, it'd be on the up and up also. That's what it's all about. I like AA too, Alcoa. Aluminum company. Yeah, look, they really destroyed it and then stormed it back. We had aluminum prices going through the roof. We come down into a long wedge. We spike it back up a little bit. Got to almost 50, huh? Back to 20. Now tightening here. Now tightening here. I have to sneeze again. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this stock should be higher. Alcoa, AA. In my opinion, it's a buy. Everybody bought UNH, Burry, Ackman. Well, then I guess they're all going to help each other make money. So they'll end up being correct, I guess. If they're all pumping it for each other, buying in size, then yeah, I guess UNH will rebound and they all will end up being correct and make money. But again, I mean, was it a good discounted buy? Did it just move a lot, bouncing from the bottom and then getting the Buffett news? Absolutely. Anyone who jumped in, obviously, congratulations. I'm very glad you got a big catalyst and it worked out well for you. But again, in my opinion, if I was Buffett, I wouldn't have bought that. Which leads me to partially believe we may have gotten a private phone call, wink wink, and we saw some potential issues with UNH. So we reached out to one of the most successful investors to see if he would be interested in taking a stake and revitalizing share value. If you think it sounds crazy, with all due respect, that means you don't have enough money. Because I promise you, that's how it works. Alcoa looking good. I like it a lot. Let's go back to HGRAF. Oh, we're tightening. We're very tight. Very tight. Sounds right, right? If you think about it. I mean, technically, they just kind of started with some issues. People were speculating they might still have some issues on the horizon. But all of a sudden now, we got, a couple of big name activists scooping up shares and taking a stake. And for the time being now, we've supported the stock a little bit. When in reality, it was in free fall and was consistently hitting new lows. So it shouldn't have been supported, in theory, if you catch my drift. HG hanging out right at that top trend line. Teasing investors. Teasing. You little tease. And you know what's funny? Like going back to that spaz, like Marley that was in here trying to talk crap. If that kid just shut up and listened and didn't open his mouth for the last couple of days, would have made money hand over fist. That's what I mean. Freaking people are idiots. Yeah, yield still holding down a little bit though from the highs. Our dollar's down about 1/3%. Came down to bottom support trend line about 3-4 hours ago before lunch. Looks like it had a really healthy bounce right off of that. I still say, yeah, see, even if we keep dropping it down to retest our support, we're technically still going up. And like it is a good thing also if, you know, our dollar strengthens. But again, in theory, dollar goes up, stocks go down. But we know stocks only go up, so the hell am I talking about? Trying to do too much. We already have the answer, right? I'm trying to do too much. Silver channeling down, ready to pop up again. Yeah, oil was dropping, yep. And that's what I said. I said we've been dropping on oil essentially like every day. I was talking about USO puts. We had a little relief bounce yesterday, up about 2%, and now we're just resuming basically right back down to where we were before we pumped. And should technically drop back down to about 60 a barrel, in my opinion. That's what I was looking for. About 60 a barrel. Huh. Yep. Yep. How about like STEM? I know people were pumped about that. Yeah, actually looks like it's forming an ascending triangle. It's ready to pop up again. It's a shame they suck and they took 4 years to do it. And did a reverse stock split. Low down dirty shame. Well, they can't all be winners, can they? It's from Bad Santa, you remember that? It opens the calendar. There's a candy corn in this one. They can't all be winners, can they? Good old Billy Bob. Billy Bob. It's all about the HG, baby. As a wise man once said, wherever you go, there you are. But I will say, Buffett, again, increasing the stake in Nucor, as you said. And it's a shame U.S. Steel got bought out because we may have heard him buy that, which obviously would have pumped it even higher. but I still say that strategy rings true. Get you some domestic metals, minerals, materials. And honestly, I know he's bullish on the ITB, the U.S. Home Construction ETF. I'm actually bearish on it, but it's interesting that he's bullish on that, but he didn't increase his stake in LPX, which I was actually, I mean, again, it's his money, right? But in my opinion, based on following people like him, that's what I would have done, is buy a little bit more LPX. But it is what it is. And going back to Eugene, I don't even know if he's still in here, but guy came in, said thanks. I said, yeah, you're welcome. Did you make money? What'd you buy? That was it. Never spoke again. Even when I take interest, they don't even answer me sometimes, you know? Oh, we're dropping now all of a sudden. Oh. Oh. Now, let me guess, some dumbass politician sued another politician or something. People are calling police racist, so we're dropping. I don't know. What's going on? Who's got the 411? No movement in the dollar, really. Unless that was just the time they picked. A couple of minutes after 3, and now, boom, we're hitting the sell button. That's why, again, you know, people say, like, oh, you can, you know, position yourself well, like in the first hour, you know, there's a lot of volatility, and, you know, then you can hold into the next day. You can't be holding this crap, bro. You crazy? Like I said, within minutes, they'll just reverse this market. Oh, we just gapped up on HG, which technically means we go down. Yep. I'm too damn good. Again, proving it in real time as well. Did long form videos for years. Had a great track record. Made some shorts for people, updating them about stocks hitting some new highs. How a couple of things are doing, how they're looking. Now I'm live. Now I'm live for hours a day. Like I said, making these calls in real time for everybody. Here to answer everybody's questions, say hello. Good old HGRAF. Absolutely amazing. Markets continuing to sell off as we hit 3 p.m. Dum dum dum. Oh no, it's 3 o'clock. Ah! Save yourselves. That is the one good thing, I guess, as the markets pull back right now, is that we bought some massively speculative penny stock that just got good news. So, as the markets are selling off right now, HG is not moving. So, it's always nice when something like that works out. HGRAF live quote, $2.16 American. It would be rough if not for HGRAF, right? Okay, appreciate the update, Neo. That's how it works, though, right? And that's why when I try to explain to people, like, oh, you might want to consider 1 or 2 hedges in place in case markets go down, those could go up, right? You buy a speculative situation like this, everything else is pulling back, but this stock just got news, so it's holding up, it keeps climbing, right? I've been preaching this for years. You need a little diversification. Really getting scared. Might need to park the rest of my capital in HGRAF to keep it protected. HGRAF is a hedge play, a growth play, a spec play. It's phenomenal. Checking all the boxes. See, we used to say, oh, when in doubt, buy something like Palantir. I don't know, man. I don't know. If your portfolio starts pulling back, you may want to contemplate going all in on HGRAF. I'm just putting it out there. All right? If it were me, I'd go all in. But that's just me. I'm Mr. Vegas. Hit the 4-hour mark on the stream. Not hiding from anyone. Able to sit here all day. Yeah, silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. We also the other day looked at the VIX, how it spiked up from 15 to 68 or whatever the last time the market had a big drop. So the VIX is a good hedge. The VXX is a good hedge, which tracks the volatility of the S&P 500 futures. You got, again, if yields climb, you can buy puts on TLT. You got gold. You got silver. Hey, we're going all in. Welcome to Vegas. Here in Vegas, we go all in. Why do you think Vegas is empty now, right? They all went all in. They lost. They went back home. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. HG technically should really be on the up and up soon. And I've been saying this. You can see how we're obviously trying to get back above this trend line, but also if this triangle is a true pattern, you can see it testing the top trend line multiple times, trying to break up and get above the pattern. So technically, this should pop back up above 3, above the trend line. T-minus 49 minutes to go. Let's see what happens. The Witcher, the Witcher. Oh wait, is today the 3rd Friday? We're in August though, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah, it was the 3rd Friday. Ah, very, very interesting. Usually you see some wild swings 3rd Friday of every month because, again, every stock, unlike the SPY or like DraftKings, for example, every stock does not trade daily, bi-daily, or weekly options. So believe it or not, the bulk of options is the third Friday of every month. Monthly options. So that's why on the third Friday of every month, sometimes you have a wild market. We open, all of a sudden we drop a couple of 100 points. People are like, what's going on? Then all of a sudden we bounce and we're like back to break even, right? And then people are like, whoa, what's going on? Options. It's all about closing positions before expiration. Thoughts on Poet? Anything to make me do something, right? What is this? Another semiconductor stock. You'd think they'd just buy, Intel, TSM, but no. Let's buy this crackhead stock that's bringing in 200 grand, right? Come on. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, that's a winner. That's a winner. Where's this one? China too? Canada? No, come on, stop. Jesse, come on. Jesse. Yeah, the reverse split for you, yeah. Oh yeah, well, you're the crypto guy, right? Is that you? I'm sorry, I get people confused. If you're the crypto guy, I'll give you a pass. Hey, alright, you're the crypto guy. Alright, I'll give you a pass. I'll give you a pass. So yeah, this shouldn't be touched with a 10-foot pole. I'm surprised this company is even still existing. But, are you from Canada? Is that why you liked it? Because that'll change the whole strategy with you. As we spoke earlier about rules and regs surrounding Canadian investors kind of making their experience a pain in the ass. Wow. Threw an LOL no way out there. So that's an American right there. That's an American. Yeah, you don't want to buy this. And like I said, if we did want, I guess you could, well, it's not really an emerging market, right? But it's a foreign market technically. My man, Jesse. USA. But yeah, out of Canada, again, it's rough for Canadian investors, as I said, because they don't have many stocks that seem to perform pretty well. Again, CSX is really their biggest winner. So if you were looking to tap into the Canadian market, you're looking for some diversification, right? Are there any stocks out of Canada that are worth buying? In my opinion, I do still like BlackBerry. I think it's one of the few names in Canada that really has true value. And I'm saying that for multiple strategies, right? Because we can hear about investments, new orders, big contracts, government contracts coming into BlackBerry and really helping to break it up and out of value. Also, we know that the government was using BlackBerry for a while. I'm not honestly sure. I think we brought this up last time too. I don't know what they're using now, but I remember even like the first couple of years when like the iPhones came out and everyone was shifting away from BlackBerry to the newer smartphones. I remember all like the politicians and the president, they still use BlackBerry. And I believe it was because of the encryption and, they were doing what no phone was able to do yet at the time. Now, of course, new technology may have come along, but, the point again is there's still value there. And I think that something like BlackBerry, believe it or not, in the midst of all the bullshit coming out of Canada, I think could be an acquisition target from a tech name here in the States. which is also why I kind of got a gut feeling about BlackBerry, but speculative. But CSX, of course, this one, as we see, is very nice. Very nice. Well, 3-for-1 split. Get our dividends. Look at that. It's like a 10-year chart. Look at that. So, those probably would be the main names if you're a Canadian investor. I'm sure you're familiar with CSX, probably already own it. But BlackBerry, I think, you know, could do more digging. Not trying to beat up the Canadian stocks too bad, but I think CSX is a good, stable one to own. And I think BlackBerry. But you were looking at a crackhead stock in Canada that made semiconductors, when, of course, all of our semiconductor companies are doing great. You have Taiwan Semiconductor that's doing great. That's controlling the bulk of the market share still. You have Intel, apparently, trying to make a comeback, where we're going to have we're going to invest the country's assets into Intel and help bring them into 2026 and beef them back up. But I know, like you said, you did pretty well over the last couple of years. So, you know, if you're in a position where you're still kind of young, you got a good amount of money, you could take the risk, you know, then obviously you could roll the dice on that if you want, and I wish you the best. But really, in true investment practice, that really shouldn't be something you should look at, in my opinion. Wolfspeed died. What happened? Wolf? The Wolf? Oh. Damn. And see, again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I believe people have asked me about this in the past. And at the time, I probably said, like, it's overvalued. But I also probably said you should, you know, buy other tech. That's whatever. It's not even worth talking about. So yeah, this looks like shit. I'm looking at charts for trades. Crypto and stocks get valued differently. Charting was all I did. And there's real data that moves stock. Right. So that's why we talk about you got to find the perfect storm. Right, which is why when I looked at the earnings calendar yesterday, that's why something like QFIN, right? In my opinion, that should be a play for you. QFIN. And again, I felt the stock was undervalued before earnings at 33. And you can see it was up. They just chunked it down, right? Reset it a little bit. And now we're probably going to slowly do one of these, right? So, in my opinion, in the fundamentals, I think the stock is worth 50. It just came out. It was at 33 and change. Then it drops down to 30, right? So, if we liked it at 33, we love it at 30. And, of course, being that you have some capital, now from this moment, it is very simple. You either decide whether you buy shares here or you buy calls with months of time, and of course if we go down a little bit you add and you just play the rebound. I'll figure this quote valuation stuff out. Valuation, I talk about valuation. That is the market cap valuation. The market cap formula is share price times number of shares equals market cap, or quote unquote value of company, if you will. QFIN, $4.5 billion. Price to earnings ratio, 5. Price to earnings ratio. It is the price compared to the earnings gives you 5.1. Earnings per share, right? Profits divided by number of shares yields earnings per share. I know I'm kind of talking to you like an idiot, but, you know, we're trying to bring you up to speed. What was I talking about? Right, so the valuation, right? So we come back down here, right? $4.5 billion. Okay. And we can see again, this is what we were talking about. I know, I got that tone though sometimes. And again, we were at 258 billion. You can see a dip to 246, dip to 23, right? Now we're curling back up to 239. And also, look, right? We had Q1 644. That wasn't this though, right? Yeah, that was that, I think. So we brought in 644 million and 700 million in change, so we'll call it 1.3 billion. And if we double that roughly, we'll say, you know, extrapolate that for the remaining 2 quarters of 25, then we're up to revenue of about 2.6 billion, which as you see would be putting us back up to our highs in 2021 before we had the dip, right? And of course, we're more profitable than we were a couple of years ago, which in turn makes every dollar we're bringing in more valuable because we're keeping more of it, right? And look at these margins as well. Revenue slowly ticking up. Look, we just got above the 600 million mark. Now all of a sudden our net margin went from the 30% range, look at this, up to 41, up to 42%. So this stock right now, in my opinion, is on the up and up. And if we strictly do just this, revenue to market cap comparison from last year, right? Even if we're not looking ahead, we brought in 2.4 billion revenue, profited roughly 870 million off of it. So the way I like to do it is we add those numbers up. We're at 3.2 billion, market cap 4.5 billion. So we're less really than like 1.5 times last year's revenue business. Then of course we have to take into account the other fundamentals as well. Yeah, it's not showing it down here. Yeah, okay. Well, you can see the debt over here, about 900 million. According to this, it's showing double the amount of that of cash on hand. So even if we subtract debt from cash on hand, that still leaves us with plus 1 billion. And then, of course, again, you had the revenue down here. That was 3 billion. So if we add that up, now we're at 4 billion. Market cap 4.5 billion, right? You see what I'm saying? See how it's starting to come together? The equity, again, you find the equity by subtracting the value of assets. You're subtracting the liabilities from the assets. Yields equity, shareholder equity. And we can see how we're slowly increasing from the high 2 billions up to above 3 billion, right? Had a slight dip here, but before that, we were on the up and up and up, and we're still pretty green up here at 3.2 billion. Again, with only $1 billion in debt. So we're holding 3 billion in equity, we're holding $1 billion in cash, we're bringing in roughly 3 billion a year through revenue and profits. Market cap 4.5 billion. Right? You're a smart guy, so I know you understood all that. So now, that's why, again, we wait for the technicals to line up, right? You wait for a pullback, a sell-off, you try to get the stock at an undervalued price or even a fair valued price. And in theory, if you did all this correctly, then you really should have nothing to worry about and just give it time and you should make money. So, yeah. Yeah. And again, this is a text. Oh, no. I don't even remember what do they do again? AI empowered credit tech platform. All right, whatever. But again, regardless of what they do, we have a PE of 5, which probably means any company we compare them to in their sector, it's probably undervalued. 5's a little cheap. Again, that is trading 5 times earnings. Earning $6.60 a share times 5 yields 31 and change. And being that you already made money and you're trying to do even better with it in a more real market, even though the stock market is fake as hell right now, I think it is imperative, especially someone in your situation, to truly understand all of this terminology, learn your vocabulary, understand what everything means. Trying to send a super chat, but it's error. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Like I said, if you want, join the Discord. You guys can. I got Venmo, I got PayPal. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the super chat. YouTube has a mind of its own. Converted 10 shares of Palantir to 1,000 HGRAF. There you go. I mean, again, Palantir, we know it might keep climbing because apparently they're slowly taking over the world, I guess. But, again, we could see a big drop in HGRAF. We just ran a lot, but we're on a good timeline. We're on a good road. We got more news supposedly coming out soon. I don't know. The juice might be worth the squeeze. We will see. Bro, this greenhouse effect is real, man. I keep this shade open like a crack, and the sun is shining right in the window, and it just within minutes, like all of a sudden, it's 90 degrees in this room. Amazing. Oof. The summer wind, it begins. Walk with me. Yep. Yep. It was actually a good pool day today, but got to keep our priorities in check. The stream, HGRAF continuing to hit highs. This is priority number one. I could always throw cold water on my face later. HGRAF live quote about 213.5. Still looks like we're hanging out in this triangle. Oof. How long have you been doing stock trading? Well, oh man, what was it? It was like 2010? No way. I think I joined the firm 2012? God, see, this is why they tell you don't do drugs. Yeah, I don't know. It was around there somewhere. 2010, yeah, I think it was like 2012 to like 2017. I was at the firm. They actually delayed me too, because they gave me the Series 7 stuff after a couple of months, and like I was ready to go. And they were like, oh, take your time, make sure you really know it. And then they actually paid to send us like to some guy who ran a class to prepare people for the Series 7. And I'll give him credit. It was actually money well spent, right? Because your senior broker paid for something like that. But it was actually good money well spent. I mean, the guy really did. I'll give him credit. He really understood like the breakdown of the Series 7, like how many questions they ask about options and whatnot. So he was able to really put you on a good track. But yeah, that took like a year or so to finish up all that and then finally take the test, which of course I passed my first time out. I mean, I personal stock trading I did for a little bit after 2017. I was doing a little bit during lockdowns. Yeah, but again, I like I said, I was trained as a broker. So that's why I'm right more than I'm wrong. Before even getting my books for the Series 7, I was telling these people, oh, you should buy NVIDIA. I was listing like 2-3 stocks. I was like, you guys should buy this one, you guys should buy that one. And they all raged. So, I was picking winners even before I really knew what the hell I was doing. But yeah, I don't do much trading because I'm too nice and I haven't charged anyone for my services, so I don't have any money. Uh-oh, HG might want to go down instead of up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Piscadios. Mmm. 6.25 million shares, average volume 4.2 million. 231. Originally brought to you on the channel at 11 cents or whatever. Did an update at 8 cents. If people paid attention and took me seriously, they should have had a cost basis of about 10, 12, even 15 cents on HGRAF. Stock hit 230 today. What fraction of the community has money here? Everyone has money. That's why they're watching me. I don't believe what anyone says. As I always say, people have money. They just don't know what to do with it. Everyone here has money. Except maybe for Marley, which is why he was very upset this morning. More money than a month ago, huh? Hey, this guy. This guy, let me tell you something. You're good, you. You're good. Uh, Gotta love it. Good old Friday. Wrapping up a big, explosive, exciting week for us with yet another new high from HGRAF. I mean, just doesn't get any better than this, right, team? It's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. People out here are struggling. Oh my God, what's going on with the NASDAQ right now? Man, I'm as cool as a cucumber, baby. Not a stress in the world. Mainly because I don't really have big money invested right now. But if I did, I would not be concerned. Yep. So I guess that drop in markets only lasted a few minutes, huh? As is tradition. Mm-hmm. That's why I laugh, man. These markets are raging, and even when you go down a little bit, it lasts an hour, and then it goes back up. I mean, it's hilarious. I got the moves like Jack. I got the moves like Jack. No, we're going down. Bringing them down a notch. Bringing them down. Looking for that better price. HGRAF. Gap down candle means we go up. Gap down candle means we go up. Don't make a liar out of me. Don't make a liar out of me. approaching 4.5 hours on the live stream. Okay, viewers, sub 50-year-old max wealth contribution 7,500. Thank you, Scott, for double checking that. We appreciate that. Yes, if you're over 50, right, is the break point. If you're over 50 and you're just setting up an IRA, they give you what's known as like a catch-up contribution, and you're able to contribute a little bit more than everyone else because you're older, you missed it, so many years went by, right? So it's catch-up contribution. Hey, see, we gap down, we're going up. Hey, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Friday, thank God it's Friday. Friday. Yeah, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. DraftKings been holding 45 for like hours. Yeah, that's funny. I love it. They restrict you to buy certain types of investments, but yeah, something like Bitcoin is all right. That's funny. Like I said, in general, I consider myself, again, I'm moderate, average, above average intelligent, we could say, right? I don't label myself a genius in general, but I understand investments pretty well, and I've had multiple people explain Bitcoin to me. And I'll tell you the truth, man, I still don't understand it. Still to this day, I do not understand. And that's what I mean. Like, if I was an advisor, like managing a 401k, and then you called me up and you were like, oh, I want to buy this, but they said I wasn't allowed, I would, make the exception to the rule, explain to you, of course, that it's extremely volatile. Company could go out of business, stock could go to zero. Do you understand the risks involved? And if you did understand, then yeah, if I was managing your 401k, I wouldn't have a problem with you buying this if you understood the risks involved. Like I said, to me, it seems just as risky as Bitcoin. So what the heck are we talking about? Vim might be going down. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe what, 285, huh? I thought it would pop up and like try to at least retest this line. I don't know though. Looking this way. It's not looking that way. But in all fairness, stock has been raging, so if we do have a red day here or there, we can't get too upset. Can't get that upset. Oh, jeez. Yeah, see, I get all stiff because I just sit in the chair. I don't move. Ugh. Crypto trading, I would use the 15-minute and 4-hour charts for mid and long-term trades. Yeah, Usually use what is it, the daily. Pull up a 1-year chart, draw out my trend lines, try to see if any patterns are setting up, and like I said, we recheck the fundamentals and we take it from there. I camp. I'm a camper. What are we playing, CS now? I'm camping. Tax-free forever just gets me excited. Trade freely with no tax repercussions. Very nice. Very nice. Jesse, I'm all over the place, brother. I'm all over the place. Just remember what I told you, you know? Hey, Rusty! Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you. The chart on the monthly, go down to the daily, yearly for structure and trend. There you go. Look at you, huh? Look at you. Look at what you do. Wow. Look at this guy. Less than 20 minutes to the close. Usually no big names reporting on Friday, right? We shouldn't have any earnings that anyone's looking for today. Yeah, wow. According to Earnings Whisper, before the open, 16 stocks reported. After close, 0. So there is not one publicly traded company in existence that is reporting earnings today after market closed. That's wild. That is wild. Still got about 15 minutes. Anything can happen. You never know. Gotta run, gotta feed the missus. Hey. Alright, brother, we'll see yous. We'll see yous. We'll see you over there. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. HGRAF just hanging out. Although, again, like, we're looking at this pattern, but I will say, right, even yesterday, like, we had a sell-off going into the afternoon, and let me zoom back in, and you can see, right, we bounced, we ran up, consolidated a little bit, next day, boom, we open higher, right? And today, you can kind of see, again, we're looking at this pattern, but we kind of sold off going into the afternoon, had a bounce, little recovery. Now we're technically consolidating, going into the close, right? So Monday, we might, boom. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I still think that, of course, after the stock exploding like this, there's always going to be people taking profits. I mean, I can't blame them. Stock is up huge. But I do still believe that word is spreading. People see how much and how quick it ran. Now that we got, again, little positive news came out yesterday, that's why I think that even if they do have like a big drop Monday and it's a red day, I believe there are a lot of people who will step in and buy that dip. If they issue whatever, you know, a couple of shares and they raise $5-10 million for themselves, we may dip on that news, but I truly believe there would be a bunch of people who would step in and scoop up as many shares as they could on that dip. So that's why I'm still pretty confident. And even if we happen to break Monday morning and come back down here, as I say, we will probably have dip buyers and slowly come right back up. Up to 31 likes on the stream. Make sure to like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. algorithm, algorithm. Don't push the like button too hard, it might accelerate climate change. I'm hungry. Gotta eat something. Looking to munch on some grindage. Oh, shit. Uh, I'm an old man. Alright, hold on. Sorry, 2-minute break. Be right back. I have to call the doctor, get more crazy pills. How many times do you think you should invest in a year or just whenever you see an opportunity? Uh, well, everyone's financial situation is different, but assuming that have a little bit of cash in case of an emergency, you contribute to your retirement accounts, and now we're talking about extra funds, then you should really be investing consistently, because we know, of course, the dollar loses value every day. So you should kind of be consistently adding to your positions, building your positions. But again, everyone's different. Some people come in here, they're 20 years old, they got 3 grand, 5 grand in an account, and they run, 3, 5, 10. Well, they can't run that many, but they run 2, 3 day trades. Then they wait 3, 4 days, then they run, another 3 day trades. Right? You got somebody like Nick in here. Nick is a younger guy, opened up the account, had some money, and he's very heavy in HGRAF. I think he's got like 80% of his account in HGRAF. Now, obviously, that is not recommended, but again, he's in a unique situation. He's just starting out, he's young, right? If he put a couple of grand in this and it went to zero, yeah, it would hurt, but he's able to probably make it back pretty soon and pick up where he left off. So it's hard when people ask these like generalized questions like that, because everyone's situation is truly different, and I would need to know how old you are. Do you have debt? Did you get yourself like life insurance first? Do you have retirement accounts that you're investing into? Right, like, yeah, see, Nick's in a great position right now. He's got no kids, got no debt, right? So he could take the risk that a lot of people may not be able to take right now. So that's why I always say there really is no just blanket response. And anyone that just gives you a blanket response, of course, is not as good as me and never actually managed money and knows how to do it. So, they would say something like, oh, just trade every day, don't worry about it. Dual income, no kids, right? Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. That's nowadays, that's a phenomenal situation to be in, especially if we're talking about having money to invest, what to do with the extra money. Oh, getting a phone call here. 1 second, I'm sorry. All right, sorry about that. That was the doctor saying, "What? You need more crazy pills?" I say, "Yeah, doc, you gotta help me out. You gotta help me out." If I was managing hundreds of thousands, I wouldn't do this. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. Up, bell rang. Yep, yep. Ah, we see HGRAF, right? We started to break down, then we popped up a little bit and came kind of right back down to the center, right at the moving average. That's why, again, I say, even if it wants to break down Monday morning into the open, it will most likely bounce and do that curl and start to head back up. So HG still looks pretty good. When I have kids, they will be clothed in graphene. There we go. Keep 10% of the portfolio for fun, high risk, keeps it entertaining. Yep, exactly, exactly. That's what we always said. If you have, whatever, a $10,000 account, $100,000 account, the bulk of the account should be in brand name companies that are growing their business, they're posting solid fundamentals, right? Maybe you buy one or two stocks that pay you a dividend, so you drip in that dividend back in, slowly growing the position. Then, like we say, you should technically keep like 10% cash on hand at least for, anything that might pop up or in case you need it. You never know. And yeah, like another 10%, like Scott said, you use for spec plays, right? I'll buy some shares of, this high fly or HGRAF. Or oh yeah, I'm gonna test out some options. Monday morning I'll buy calls on QQQ and I'll try to catch a bounce on the Nasdaq. Right? That's what a small percentage. That's what the spec money is for. The bulk of the money should be put in good companies because over time they, for the most part, continue to grow. And that's why I say you just got to work smarter, not harder. Discord Vegas meetup will be crazy, showing up in helicopters made of graphene. We're going to blanket Vegas with graphene. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think once this gets to its true value, I think everyone could probably take out massive loans against the position. We might be able to buy Vegas and blanket the town in graphene. And of course, we're going to have to rename it to Las Graphene. Yeah, it'll be fun though. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. 32 likes on the stream. Holy. Wow. Wow. I would look at earnings plays, but not one publicly traded company is reporting earnings today. What is he showing us? Yeah, we just had somebody posting treasuries, also internationally as well, tracking the Japan 10-year, the German 10-year bond. And we can see yields are climbing, which technically is bad news for stocks. But stocks only go up, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Going to be staying in the Who's Who Casino and Resort. Oh yeah, that's what we'll call it. That's what we'll call it. Who's Who Casino Resort. We'll have the too damn good observation tower, so you can, look out on Las Graphene. It's gonna be a good time. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Hey, my friend is home early from work. Molly is not well. Molly's gonna be the voice, the faint voice we hear down on the street from up in our penthouses. Please let me in, please. I'm sorry. You're the best. You're who. I know you're who's who. I know. I'll be up at the rooftop party screaming down at the street. Call up your buddy, have him do some TA for you. Listen, I know you're always right and you're doing what all these other people have yet to do for everybody, but why don't you be more humble? Who do you think you are? Yeah, that guy's a character. That guy's a character. Good times. Good times. Could see a pullback on AMD, couple of bucks. Yeah, gang is left, man. That's it. Might have to shut the studio down. Like I said, honestly, no disrespect to them. I don't even remember who that is. I don't even remember. Is there, like, if I start typing Genghis in the Discord, will something come up? Nope. Nope. But, like I say, not to be a schmuck, people need me more than I need them. So, if for some reason that one piker came in and convinced that other piker to leave, well, then both of those pikers just missed out on a massive run in HGRAF and easy free money in Intel and DraftKings calls that probably moved 150, 200% just in the last freaking day and a half, right? So, no sweat off my back. Honestly, with a run up like this, it is significantly easier for the company to now raise capital if they need to. Bankruptcy is really not an immediate risk. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like we said, we're on the timeline. We're getting tapped for collabs now. We're talking about moving to a major exchange. We got a facility coming online. We're gonna have half a dozen machines pumping out graphene day and night. Yeah, it's not. I really don't see an issue. Just for my record, what was the high on this today? 231. 231 again. We can see we got like this tightening. So we'll see how it reacts Monday, but I think it stays up. Oof. Yeah, word is out. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's why even right now, like HGRAF, they come out. We're issuing new shares, and the stock drops to $1.70. Yeah, we got people in the Discord. Forget about the rest of the country, the rest of the world. We got people in the Discord that will probably single-handedly rebound the stock on that dip if they issue more shares. So that's why I'm saying I really don't see, as Neo said, I agree. I really don't see red flags here. Again, the real biggest red flag would be, oh, we're a little delayed getting the facility up and running, right? We need another month or two. That would be the wrench in the machine, if you will. Something like that. That would completely halt everything, and they would, drop the stock back hard for those last 30 days. Keep getting psyched out when I see a HGRAF chart in loonies and not USD. Yeah. Yeah, well, again, like I said, the investment account gives us live quotes on HGRAF. But of course, here you can see that little D? Quotes are delayed by 15 minutes. So, yeah, I know. Some people, they come in, they see this, they're like, what, chat 3? But yes, this is Canadian. Yeah, it does seem like that, Nick. It does seem like that. I thought the facility was thought the facility was Q3. Or am I getting confused? I may be confused. Hmm. There's definitely some potential here. Yeah, like I said, I check so many stocks for people, and I'm reading like their time frames for what they were doing, and then we go back, and someone's like, "When's Mbot getting news?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, I don't remember." But I believe, yeah, it was like Q3, and people were saying early 26. That's when supposedly we were looking for the transfer to the Nasdaq, New York. I still don't remember, but one of those. They're talking with Putin right now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Keep an eye on oil, I guess, for the time being. Uh-oh. I saw like conflicting updates about this meeting, supposedly. I saw one update that was like, oh, Trump may like give Putin access to some like minerals in Alaska to help form the peace deal. Then I saw Trump is paying Putin to import minerals to help ease along the peace deal. So I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on right now. But we do know that Putin respects Trump. And as Trump always said, like, oh, like, that war wouldn't have happened. And a lot of people, behind the scenes were talking about Ukraine and how, like, Putin is now kind of surrounded by, like, these NATO countries. And he didn't really want to be a part of that. But they're kind of like, again, like, kind of forcing him, painting him into a corner, if you will. So that's why he got upset. Right? That's why he got upset. And I'm not trying to make it Democrat versus Republican argument, but I will say Obama, Democratic president, Russia invaded Crimea. Biden, Democratic president, Russia invades Ukraine. So, again, if we're going to reach some sort of understanding, if Trump's going to be like, listen, we're not going to encroach, I'm not going to bust your balls, I'm not going to back you into a corner, then we may be closer to peace than we realize. But I do think that's why Putin likes Trump. Because Trump is, hey, listen, America's gotten off track. Let's try to get her back on track. And Putin's like, I don't care about this New World Order or whatever you frickin' people are trying to do. I just want Russia to be Russia, and I want to take care of my people. And that's probably why most people hate Putin. Because he doesn't want to be in the club. You understand? So, that's why my whole life, pretty much, all you heard is, ooh, Putin bad. I don't know. Might just be a guy hanging out up there, trying to mind his own business. Right? And it might be everyone else poking the bear. Oil does look like it's topping multiple times, though, as you see that flattening taking place. And now we're tightening here at the moving average. Technically, looks like it's forming an ascending triangle, which is bullish, which would pop oil back up. And I love how, of course, we're talking to Putin now, after the market closed. when everyone now just has to hope and pray that they didn't make a bad move or they get some sort of announcement that decimates their entire portfolio. I love when they do this. Even like the Intel news, right? That came out like 15 minutes before the close. Like, really, bro? Really? Like, you couldn't have said that a little bit earlier, helped out Intel shareholders a little bit. Shady. Shady. Uh-huh. Topping, tightening, ascending triangle. There's your sign. Oh, yeah, Nancy got positioned a couple of days ago. Said, what? Putin's coming here? They're talking about what? Okay, alright. Hold on, let me call my husband. I mean, we're both senior citizens who were never in finance, but we're outperforming Warren Buffett. Hold on, let me call my husband. The second I heard that update, like if I was, head of the SEC, we know they don't really do their job, but hypothetically, if I was the head of the SEC and someone came in and they were like, did you know Nancy Pelosi is now outperforming Warren Buffett? And she apparently has hundreds of millions of dollars now? I would say, oh, really? Well, let's find out how that happened. But, people don't use simple logic and common sense anymore. Like I said, this guy's what, 95? He's been winning in the stock market since he was like 11. But yeah, you're ahead of the curve. Yeah, you're putting him to shame. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, Nancy. That's why I know people come in here and they're like, wow, great call. You're so good at this. It's like, bro, this is nothing. This is nothing. Look at the politicians. Are you kidding me? These people are never wrong. Buy every stock at just the right time. Then we try to pass a bill. Oh, how about politicians aren't allowed to buy individual stocks? Then all of a sudden they're like lobbyists from JP Morgan, right? And they're like, oh, well, if we take that away, we're not going to really incentivize anyone to be a politician. I thought the idea of being a senator or a governor was because you wanted to right some wrongs and help people out, right? You had issues in your state. You're fed up with it, so you're standing up now. You're taking action, right? You would think that's what you'd be in the position for. But no. Apparently it's all about incentives and stock options. It's embarrassing, honestly. It's embarrassing. That's why, if you really think about it, I wish we had a lot more millionaires and billionaires, believe it or not, because I wish everyone had millions of dollars so nobody cared about being bought and wasn't influenced by anyone else, and we can just not even pay them a salary and they can just go in and do the job. Yeah, she's Barry Bonds. Breaking records. Home run after home run. Like, it really is blatantly obvious what these people are doing. And then when someone says something, no, what are you talking about? Stop. They're not doing that. Come on. You think they do that? And notice, too, I love how all these politicians are, like, horrible at their jobs, but yet they'll try to use their title as, like, a form of, like, merit or credibility, Oh, that guy would never do that. He's the senator of Georgia. It's like, what the hell does that mean? Guy's not even doing his job well, and you're over here throwing his title in my face like it means something. Yeah, he's a senator, yeah. Probably one of the worst to do it, you know, but, oh, he's a senator. The hell does that mean? People make me laugh. Country's falling apart. People, I've never seen so many people defend illegal immigrants, too. Not to talk about this. People out here, oh, they deserve 5-star hotels. They deserve medical insurance. Meanwhile, we got veterans on the street sleeping in tents, you know. They don't deserve a leg up. They don't deserve medical insurance. Right? Let's give it to Paco, who showed up last week. Because we all heard those great historical American stories, right? About people's ancestors who came to the country and they showed up with $1.50 in their pocket and didn't speak English. And, you know, then the government called them up and said, oh, here's $10,000 and here's a home loan and here's a business loan and here's free insurance. I mean, we all heard that story, right? Oh, wait a minute. That's not what happened. People grinded their asses off for 1, sometimes 2, 3 generations in a row. Showed up with $1, didn't speak English. No one helped them out with anything. Everyone hated them. No one wanted to talk to them, hire them. And they went through all of that bullshit to bring you to where you are today, for you to be in a better position for you and your kids and your family, because they fought for your American dream. But now apparently, you could just show up and, oh, what do you need? Need some food? Hey, here's some money. What? Oh, you showed up with 18 ailments and you're going to cost us 89 grand in medical fees now through your insurance that we're going to give you for free? Yeah, no problem. Here, go see this doctor. He'll take care of it. Oh, you want a house? Here, here's a loan. Oh, you got nowhere to go? Here, put your feet up in this 5-star hotel. Don't worry about it. Welcome to America. Here are the rules. Oh, you don't speak English? No problem. What language do you speak? We print everything in every language to accommodate everyone else. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of you. So, our ancestors worked their frickin' fingers to the bone. And were getting kicked down and set back every step of the way. So you can show up and get everything handed to you. Man, I'll tell you, these people are freaking crazy. Yeah, please, don't even get me started kneeling for the anthem. Don't even get me started. Like I said, I'm an old school, hard-nosed, no BS, no F's around. You know, I was raised old school American. So shit like that, I mean, again, not to incite violence or get flagged, but shit like that started happening, bro, I would have had people on the roofs of the stadiums. Even if it was rubber bullets. If they kneel, pop them. I mean, imagine getting paid millions of dollars to play a kid's game, and then you have the audacity to kneel for the anthem of the country, in which you have one of the easiest lives of anyone in the country. LeBron James out here, oh, they're murdering people in the street. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? You've made hundreds of millions of dollars playing a kid's game, putting a ball in a hoop, and you're over here like, oh, this country sucks. They're racist. What? What? How can you even say that with a straight face, honestly? Even if they're paying you to say it. How do you even say that? How can you say that? Colin Kaepernick, ooh, taking a knee. Let me tell you something about Colin Kaepernick. He wasn't good. That's a fact. He wasn't good. And I know that for a fact because in the second half of the season where he relieved Alex Smith, who was a great quarterback, who they got rid of for some reason to keep Colin Kaepernick, I actually had him on my fantasy team the following season. And guess what? He wasn't as good as he was the previous season. And then before you know it, the guy's, kneeling for the anthem and yeah, this country's racist. Again, you're playing a kid's game, bro. You're out here once a week, you're throwing a ball around, you're making tens of millions of dollars, but apparently this place sucks and everyone's racist. I mean, how can you even try to come to that conclusion? Yeah, well, that's the thing with pro athletes, unfortunately. They, depending on the space you're in, I mean, it does almost seem like an effed up situation because depending on the space you're in, it's predominantly a lot more black athletes. And unfortunately, yeah, I wouldn't even say they're not good with money because most people aren't good with money. If you gave someone $1 million, doesn't matter if they're, Asian, white, chances are they're probably going to F around, right? Oh, I might buy a house, might buy a car. All of a sudden, a lot of the cash is gone. What do I do? But I think it just comes down to we don't teach about money in this country. And I do believe that's done on purpose. And even a situation like that, young athlete, oh yeah, signing bonus, $22 million. Then you hear a couple of years down the road, oh, I got no money left, I'm broke. Because they don't teach you about money, how it works, what you should do with it. If you're about to make a big purchase, is it really an asset? Is it a liability? Right? They don't explain these things. Like we know, if you buy a car, the second you drive it off the lot, it loses value, right? So something like that should be further down the list, right? If you come into money. However, people make money. It's one of the first things they do. Discord meetup at the Bills tailgate. Again, unfortunately, I'll tailgate with you in the parking lot. Definitely not going into the stadium and supporting the team. Because as we said, they were out here kneeling for the anthem. So I never forget. So from that moment, I haven't watched a football game. I haven't bet on a football game. No fantasy football. No football updates. I don't care who's in the Super Bowl. I don't care what rookie quarterback everyone's blowing. The NFL is dead to me. Absolutely dead to me. And of course, we recently also got news that apparently we now have male cheerleaders. I mean, I don't know about you, but if you ask me, that was probably the one thing that was missing from the whole NFL experience. Rogers is your guy, yeah? Yep. Like I said, I used to get sucked into the male soap opera, as I call it. NFL male soap opera. Again, NFL technically still to this day classified as entertainment, not as sport. I repeat, the NFL is entertainment, not sport. And also, in my opinion, I think it's fixed. But yeah, mix all the nonsense with them kneeling for the anthem and all these athletes talking shit. I don't even watch. I don't care. I don't watch the NFL. I don't watch the MLB. I don't watch the NBA. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. If we're going to gamble, we're going to try to make money, we're better off just doing it in the stock market. What the hell am I trying to make a fantasy football team for? And then 2 weeks into the season, my running back could tear his ACL, and now all of a sudden my team is useless and I'm going to lose for the rest of the season, right? Oh, yeah, that's a lot of fun. What? And I love how some people take it so seriously. Like, it's so sad, man. Hockey's fun. Yeah, hockey's good. Hockey's good. That's why, like I said, I watch MMA now, and I watch the UFC. And, like, you did have, like, one or two people, like, when the riots, I call them riots, right? The BLM riots, where they, destroyed vehicles sitting on the street, were eliminating people in cold blood who weren't their skin color. They were burning down cities and Papa John's, right? So the BLM riots, when those took place, there were like one or two people in the UFC who were like, oh, Black Lives Matter, But it's like, it's not very political. It's not a whole team. It's one-on-one, these two people fight. Whoever's the better fighter wins, usually, for the most part. You know what I mean? It just, like, eliminates a lot of that nonsense. It eliminates a lot of the bullshit. And, yeah, of course, you might have your fights where they go to the decision, it goes to the judges, and then, people talk like, oh, that was kind of a robbery, I think the other person won. That's, like, the biggest conflict we have right now, currently, with, like, the UFC and MMA. A fighter doesn't step into the octagon and right as the bell rings, takes a knee and says, the UFC is racist. I'm not going to represent a promotion like that. Right? None of that nonsense. None of that nonsense. We lead up to fight week. We're doing stare downs. We have press conferences. We're talking smack back and forth. And then when fight night comes, we attack each other like animals and may the best man win. Fantastic. NHL least riggable. Yeah, it's... I mean, I'll take your word for it. Also, it's not as big as, like, MLB, NBA. So, there's probably much less money on NHL. But I would... Understanding how the game of hockey works, I would agree that it would probably be very difficult to try to kind of sway an outcome of a hockey game. We know football, basketball, we know that's extremely easy, right? Because the ref just blows the whistle and that's it. The game is ruined. Phantom call. That's it. MLB, sometimes we get, some rough calls at the plate. Like, what? You called that a strike? That's crazy. I don't know if they can really sway it too much. But again, I wouldn't put it past them. Would not put it past them. Tennis, yeah, they say tennis is a good sport to play because you're always running around, it's a hand-eye coordination, and you do a little, smack that ball back across the other side of the court. It's a good workout, tennis. Brady Tampa Super Bowl run, bro. Let me explain something, okay? I have two examples, and people can never debate me about these examples. Well, I'm sorry. I will say, for one of them, they give me the canned BS ESPN response for why he didn't do it. But, of course, I know the truth, and I know it's fixed. So, first example is Cam Newton not diving on the fumble in the Super Bowl. I don't care. That's a hill I'll die on. When you're 10 years old in Pee Wee football, it's the first thing they teach you. Dive on a loose ball, cover it up, secure it, follow the ball. That's the number one priority, right? And we also know that even when athletes have great seasons, we know that we judge their legacy, if you will, or their road to the Hall of Fame or whatever it's called. We know that finals or championship wins trump regular season stats sometimes, right? So if you weren't the best quarterback out there, but you got like 2-3 Super Bowl wins, you're probably a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame, And that's why I think it was rigged as well, because Cam Newton, I mean, had a couple of decent seasons, was putting up some decent numbers, but I believe that was his first Super Bowl, and I'm not sure if he made another one after that because, again, I saw it was fixed, so I stopped watching. But he did not dive on that fumble. And all he had to do was give 110%, walk away from that game with a Super Bowl win, beating Peyton Manning to do it. And yeah, he might have been a first ballot Hall of Fame, even if he never was on a winning team again and made it even back to the playoffs, let alone the Super Bowl. Right? And remind you, this is the same quarterback who a couple of weeks before that rushed into the end zone when the Panthers already clinched the playoff berth and even home field advantage, I think. And he did a front-forward somersault through like 2 defenders to rush into the end zone and score a touchdown. And mind you, this was like week 16. This wasn't during the playoffs. Now we fast forward to the Super Frickin' Bowl, and there's a fumble right at your feet, and you back away from it and don't jump on it. Why? Because the script said that Peyton Manning had to win and ride off into the sunset, and you diving on that ball would have screwed everything up, so you had to back up and remember that the Broncos had to take the ball and the Broncos have to win the game. So that's first of all, right? No one could dispute that. And of course, they'll say, oh, well, he didn't want to get hurt. Mind you, this is a football player. You're telling me doesn't want to get hurt, right? Think about that. Also, again, the argument of 3-4 weeks before that, the guy did a forward somersault into the end zone through 2 defenders and to score a rushing touchdown by himself. And that guy apparently is afraid to dive on a fumble in the Super Bowl, right? So again, that's why no one could really debate that argument. They try to say he didn't want to get hurt, which is basically all you do in football is bash into each other and get hurt. So I don't know where that came from. Also, the second one, which of course cannot be disputed, was the Minnesota Vikings, who miraculously threw that last second deep pass down the sideline, and the defender somehow went under the jumping receiver and completely blew the tackle, and the Minnesota receiver came down with the pass and ran into the end zone, and Minnesota won the Super Bowl in like the last 7 seconds of the game. You guys remember that? Yeah, that's fake, right? That's rigged, 100%. Because probably by the time you're like 12 in Pee Wee football, you'd know that in a game situation like that, where they'd have to throw a Hail Mary, and if they don't score a touchdown, they lose. All we got to do is keep them out of the end zone. How would you play it? You would back all the way up to like the 10-yard line, and you would ensure that even if they make a catch in front of the end zone, you'd grab them and you'd bring them down and you'd make sure they wouldn't get behind you and get to the end zone. Right? So those are 2 extremely logical and common sense arguments that in my eyes cannot be refuted. And it proves that the NFL is rigged. It was Diggs, yeah. He was like in between the defenders, right? He had like the safety behind him. The safety played it perfectly. He went up for the pass. And then all of a sudden the defender like ducked under him. And he ended up behind the defender and was able to just turn and run it into the end zone. And the Vikings won the Super Bowl. And I'm telling you right now, if we took a kid who was, like I said, 12, 13, who's been playing football for a year or 2, he would have played that correctly. I promise you. A child would have known to play that differently. But you're telling me a multi-million-dollar professional secondary athlete played it incorrectly and handed the other team the Super Bowl within the last 5 seconds of the game. That's what you expect me to believe. You really expect me to believe that? Like I said, not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's impossible. It's impossible. I am nowhere near the level of a professional football player, and I would have played that differently, as I just explained to you. So, how did he not play that correctly and lose his team the Super Bowl? I mean, let's be honest. For everybody, the players, the refs, that's what I mean. I don't trust any of it. I don't trust any of it. And then we're on our grind in here, making great calls. Like we said before, if we're going to gamble on BS sports, we might as well just gamble on BS stocks. Then people try to come in here like, oh, hey, did you see that game last night? No. It's the last thing I would ever spend my time doing. Yeah, the refs play a big factor too. Oh, that's my other example for the NBA. Steph Curry screens during... Yep. When LeBron's Cavs played what were they, 73-9 the Warriors finished that year, right? They finished one win better than the Bulls, I think, right? And they had the best record in NBA history. Okay? And they somehow were up 3-1 and then lost 3 games in a row, and LeBron's Cavs won the championship against the hottest team the NBA has ever seen. They were shooting lights out. They were in sync. The chemistry was through the roof. Literally everyone on the Warriors roster was given 110%. The team looked absolutely phenomenal. And you're telling me LeBron's Cavs came back from a 3-1 deficit, won 3 in a row, and beat the team that put up the greatest record in NBA history. That's what you expect me to believe. That's what you honestly expect me to believe. The immediate back-to-back phantom calls on Steph Curry in the first period, forcing the coach to bench him, right? But yeah, LeBron's a beast. Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. The freaking Warriors had like 8 people who could drop like 7 threes at any moment they wanted to. But you really expect me to believe they gave up a 3-1 lead in the championship and let LeBron win? No. Like I said, it's not even about hating on LeBron. It's simple logic and common sense. Let's ask Michael Jordan when he was on the Bulls team that made history and they went 72-10. I mean, they proceeded to give up a lead and lose in the finals, right? Oh no, wait, they were the best team in the NBA and they absolutely decimated everyone and won the championship that year. Yeah, that makes much more sense. That makes much more sense. So in reality that year, we should have had the championship Golden State Warriors who beat LeBron's Cavs in 5 games. And it was light work, and they were the champions. But we couldn't let that happen, so we flipped the script, and we gave the dub to LeBron. And again, these aren't, down the rabbit hole conspiracies. These are simple logic, common sense observations that I have made. Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart that literally everything surrounding us is falling apart and just showing us it's a facade. It's fugazi. It's all nonsense. To quote the late great George Carlin, it's all bullshit, folks. It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you. Luka trade. Yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah, I heard about that too, and I think I don't remember if it was like a clip of Charles Barkley or somebody, but I remember watching a clip and they were like, I don't understand that trade at all. I don't know what they were thinking with that trade. I don't know who approved that trade, right? That's like all the analysts were saying on TV. Like, I don't know where that trade came from. But like you said, oh yeah, push it through. It's all bullshit, man. It really is. It's all bullshit. That's why, like I said, for all we know, something like the UFC we could find out is rigged too. But as of right now, it's the most enjoyable with the least political nonsense attached to it for me. That's basically what I've been enjoying. You're gonna write a book once HGRAF becomes $1 trillion company. Yeah, it's gonna be 1 page long. It's going to say, now you know who's who. I'm too damn good. See ya, suckers. And there's going to be a GIF in the book of me getting into my private graphene jet and flying away to the islands. 'Cause I'm an island boy. Trying to make. 'Cause I'm an island boy. We can close that. I got X open. Nobody liking my posts. That means they're racist, right? But yeah, what is it? 10 to 5. We've been going for over 5.5 hours. And you do that little in memoriam in the back, you know? You flip to the last page and it'll say, in memory of our fallen friend Marley. That kid was hilarious. Coming in here, talking to me about other people's tech analysis. We're watching a stock up 1,500%. What are you doing? In here talking to me about other people. That's what I mean. Johnny come lately. He had free time on his hands because the other guy's recommendations aren't moving today, right? So he's got some downtime and he sees another stock person streaming live. So why not come in here and bust balls, burn some time, right? I'm telling you, I knew exactly who I was talking to in that moment. All right, Nick, appreciate the support, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so we're going to have to see what Trump and Putin finish with here, what comes out of these meetings, but obviously it's easier to react than predict, even though I do still feel that oil should be down, silver should be up, but we have to take it day by day. But yeah, we'll end it here. Like I said, 5 hours, 42 minutes approaching. That's enough time. Up to 32 likes on today's stream. I believe that is our current high. Our current 52-week high, if you will, is 32 likes. So I appreciate all of that. And of course, any of you guys who keep me on in the background and just hang out with me and show your support. I mean, I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. But we'll end it here. I'm sure everyone had a great week with HGRAF, and we'll pick back up Monday morning when we return to the money room. Thanks for your time.